Good morning, chat. How are you doing today? What trouble have you been getting into on this hump day? How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Nothing broke, I promise. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nothing's broken. Nothing's broken. It's fine.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Hump day? Wait, what? Why do you keep humping things? You're getting some serious use out of that fucking emote.
What's your fear?
Hey, thank you for knowing your season. All right, what's our stream baby's name? It's 9 months. You know the rule. You rolled too fucking high. What?
Well, look at you.
What? Magic Snafu. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Are you talking to me, Ordain? Wait, did they roll stats for me? I thought you rolled high. Wasn't your stats ridiculous or something? A pecan sign? Hell yeah. Hi, Pompty. I know I gotta use it while I got it. I suppose. Yes, no for HP. What do you mean no for HP? Is like my HP dookier because I'm a warlock? How about Berg? Berg? Oh, your score. Everything was high except for your health. I got you. Wait, what level is this campaign? What level am I in this campaign? I'm kind of sad Marina's beholder, but live and let live. Oh, God. And runs away. Queens! You're not allowed to do that. That's illegal. Oh, okay, you gave me max level. Oh, no. Oh, no. Max level Undying Hexblade Warlock? Not Hexblade. Undying Pact of the Blade Warlock. How far are we in this game? Oh, God. What was the last mission? Oh, we just made it to the base. We just made it to the base after the, like, prison mission. And I think we were about to start the next mission. I think. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, we're not very far in. Although we did, that was still like 4 or 5 hours of playing the game. I mean, in DC, I got you. Makes sense. Goodness, there was something I wanted. Oh, I remember what it was. Chat, I need your opinion on this. I was mulling this over in the shower literally before stream. It's also partially why I was so late, but also because I was eating lunch before stream. Yes, the game is very long. Oh, I didn't know Wolfenstein games were long. I thought they were like medium-sized games, like 12 hours is what I was expecting. I honestly have no idea how long these games are. I know Emot plays like a whole lot of them, but I haven't put like a timeline together. Go Bert, that's true. I do need another clip for tomorrow. I have not had one that's like kind of inspired me yet. That's what I mean, but I mean like okay, so it's like it's still in the teens. It's basically still like its runtime is still in the teens. It's no Persona. It's no Persona with the 90 plus runtime. All right, that's good to know. Speaking of Persona, chat, this is going to pertain to that in a second. I mentioned earlier this week that if I essentially changed my schedule and started going to the gym in the afternoon instead of the morning, got the Persona commands. Forgot about those again. Sunstar, how could you? But what I was saying is we talked about this before, and it was what was it? Yeah, we're moving my schedule so that I go to the gym in the evening instead of in the morning. If I knew how to exercise, I'd like to introduce you to the internet, especially YouTube. YouTube is a great place to find workout regimens, especially for the kinds of workouts you're looking for. What the fuck is that coming? Where did that come from? Xbox game? Where'd that command come from? I didn't make that command. It's a default command. What the fuck? I don't want to give Microslop money. Where's that command? Also, apparently I still have Clip Studio open. No. Commands. Ungrouped. I'm guessing? X. Custom commands? Pre-made commands?
Well,
Pre-made commands.
you.
Expects. Expects game. Why do you exist? Turned off. Big on, thought! Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Subscriber age. Oh, subscriber age. I was like, follower age 3 days. That can't be right for grins. If I were gonna. Oh, yeah, that's the dick thing. That's the dick thing. Xbix. Xbix. Oh, good lord. The days of JonTron. It's like, oh, let me actually stay on topic. Jesus Christ, what is up with me today? If we did that, I believe if I did that in my morning schedule would be, I would stream, I would wake up, I would stream, and then I would go to the gym after stream. Then stream schedule would be 9 a.m. Central, probably still till 4. And doing those longer streams would mean we could bring back the longer games, mainly because I no longer give a shit. We're probably never gonna hit partner, so who fucking cares? I haven't watched a JonTron video in a year. I miss his old content. I always sometimes like see the memes. That's kind of the only shit that I care about. And even then, I don't know any of the recent ones. I think I remember the like, aw. Rip Rockington. Rockington. Ancient carnival goer. What do you mean ancient Oh, did you do the follow age? Ordained is 2 years, 1 month. Did Sunstar do it? Oh, there it is. 4 years, 1 month, 9 days. If a grifter can, you definitely can. Meh.
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
Every other homie that I've watched hit partner at this point, oh, of course, always has the support of like their immediate friend group. I haven't had a close friend group in a year and a half. I'm B-list friend in most of my groups. At least that's sometimes what it feels like. I'm the at arm's reach friend. See, exclamation mark, see it. Are you looking for the damn it, what was it? Was it did you? No, or is it just exclamation mark C? There it is. It's exclamation mark C. Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh, commands won't work in the stream streak thing. You goofball. You goofball. Oh, it also sometimes has a cooldown, so you gotta watch out. I had some close friends, but like when the group cracked, everybody kind of splintered off and either like went their solo ways or obviously made their own like Discord servers. And so it's always like, yeah, I went from having like friend groups that I could hang out with almost every single night to most of the time I kind of just sit here and like either play a game or work on something while listening to YouTube videos. My current YouTube video fixation is Abroad in Japan, Sea Dog VA, and Premiere 2. I've been catching up on their VODs. I've been watching the fucking Cyclothon VODs, if that gives you an idea of what I've been doing. I've been watching the 6+ hour VODs of Cyclothon 3. You've devolved into me? Nah. It was basically how it was like before I got into like the close-knit friend groups. I would basically just sit around being like, huh, I wonder what everybody else is doing. And then watching YouTube videos. And then I had the close friend group and we'd be playing games almost every night or chatting stuff up. And now I'm back to watching YouTube videos almost every night. Oh, I don't rate my friends at all. But it's just one of those things that it's like there's the people that I used to like hang out with in like the tight knit group. Like I said, it's splintered and fractured out everywhere, and they re-isolated into different groups. And I just happened to get left behind. Flawed Peacock or Worm Girl? I don't know either of those. Wait, where? To be parasocial, point and laugh, point and laugh. No, it's fine. It's one of those things that it's like, it's the combination of like my schedule, everybody else is scheduled. So like, I don't get the support that everybody, or not everybody, but so many of the other homies that have gotten partner in the last like year have had. And it just kind of blows at times. It just kind of blows. Again, though, I don't expect support out of friendship all the time, but it's just one of those things. Like, again, we're scheduled starting at noon, ending at like 4 or just before 5 at the latest. That time window absolutely sucks ass. Not even just according to me, straight up according to Twitch's analytics. It is the worst time slot. Giorgio Armani? What? The fashion designer or the brand? I'm assuming that was named after a person. I don't know nearly enough about massive fashion brands. Yes? Oh shit, that doesn't answer the question. Giorgio Armani. Colonizing... Wait, no way. Good lord. Oh, he died last September. Jesus. Interesting. Trying to get out of the chat zone? Crazy. Back to the chat zone. Oh, I got you. I got you. Is that a poop rat? Always busy at work while friends are peak active. It's also stuff like that, yeah. I don't want to be referred to as a colonizer. Let's not do that. My dad knows him. Fuck you. Fuck you. But, you gonna post the playthrough of Wolfenstein? Hi, Drod. How are you doing? Oh, the vanish command doesn't work because that was a stream elements, I'm pretty sure. Why did Natter doing their end of the day dailies? What do you mean end of the day dailies? Is that like, this is the Final Fantasy? Oh yeah, it is an emote. It is an emote. It's the flashbang, not the flashbang, it's the, oh no, it's the piece. Okay. I've seen another version of the exclamation mark vanish that's like throwing a smoke bomb. Which is very fucking funny. Ooh, what's this? Oh. Ooh. Sorry, why is it every time I get messages from Gamer Steps when I'm live? That's extremely goofy. So apparently they're dropping, I think it's a new flavor. It looks like a new AFK flavor, which for anybody who doesn't know, that's the like sleep assist beverage. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. Oh wait, I can't talk about that. Fuck. That's a good deal, though. That's a good deal. Oh, I'll have to remember to tell y'all that when it comes around, because it doesn't come around for a while. Okay, then. We're collecting scalps, yes, like they're Pokemon cards. Hercules was the hero? No, it's Kratos. Well, I mean, in God of War, yeah. But if you're telling the tales of Hercules, Hercules is the hero. Or Heracles. Shopping amid a badly Space Ace for the Super Nintendo. Space Ace? I have no idea what that game is. As to 10. Firstly, aw. Aw. No, it's Kratos. I mean, Kratos only exists in the God of War franchise. He's not part of mythology. The God of War franchise is essentially mythology fanfic. They all are. Damn, I can't remember them off the top of my head. Again, like the last time I watched JonTron was like 3+ years ago, and even then it was only like one video because I think he came out of like a long ass hiatus or something. Looks like the elite guards from RTCW. RTCW? RTCW? What is that? Is it a game? Is it a movie? Wait, it does? Really? Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts? Just better quality, less videos? Oh, I know. Return to... Oh, I got you. I got you. Hold on. I want to look those up. Because I don't have that particular Wolfenstein game, and I don't know what they look like. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. You said the Elite Guards? Or was it? Elite Guard. Oh no. Oh no. It's the like classic Xbox leather-clad femme fatale. That's fucking crazy. I don't know. And oh my god. How could you do this to me? Oh my god. Crazy. Oh god, there's a background that somebody released for like desktop backgrounds on Steam Workshop. I don't think I like that. Wait, who's the nun? Yo, there's nuns? Okay. Why is her rib cage glowing? That's odd. Oh god, somebody drew them as furries. Oh no. Oh, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna close that. I'm just gonna close that. All right. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was asking if what y'all felt about the idea. I was gonna ask y'all. Maybe we pulled it. Maybe we do something else. Do y'all think shifting the schedule to start earlier in the morning and moving my gym time to the evening would be better? Someone saying nuns? I don't know if you want Nazi nuns that have St. Peter's cross on their habits. Stealing Cronus to Tartarus outside of there isn't much to him? Really? Okay, well now I'm curious. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. There it is. Okay, usually spelled with a C. Divine personification of strength, son of Pallas and Styx, Kratos and his siblings, Nike, Bia, and Zelus, are all personifications of a specific trait, aka victory, force, and glory. Originally appears in Theogony. Kratos and his siblings dwell with Zeus because their mother Styx came to him first to request a position in his regime. So he honored her and her children with exalted positions. Kratos and his sister Bia were best known for their appearance in the opening scene of Prometheus Bound. Acting as agents of Zeus, they led the captive titan Prometheus on stage. Kratos compels the mild-mannered blacksmith god Hephaestus to chain Prometheus to a rock as punishment for his theft of fire. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. The depictions of him apparently in old art are very generic. Very much white man, brown curly hair. Huh. And no beard. All right. I mean, I'm European, so your mornings aren't mine. Oh, I know. I was gonna say, but if we started 3 hours earlier and started back with our longer games, because then again, like I said, I have basically lost hope for getting partner in our current time slot. So something has to fucking change. Something has to fucking change. So I think I'm just gonna say fuck it, and we're just gonna change the schedule, and we're gonna go back to playing our longer games, which means a bunch of the RPGs that I have given up on will probably come back, and I'll just stop giving a shit. Because nothing changes when I put in a shitload of effort, and nothing changes when I don't care. It's just starting to feel that way. So we'll bring back Persona, we'll bring back Final Fantasy 16, and we'll see what other RPGs. Actually, let me check right now. Let's see if I have any other like big RPGs that have been lying around that I haven't played. Oh, Atomic Heart. We could always play Atomic Heart. Especially because like I think the Cube is coming out or is already out. I forget which. I forget if it's already out, if it's coming out. 07. No, Digimon. No, we'll do Digimon. We'll finish Digimon. That was one I was looking at. I really don't think we're going to do Fallout because I'm just not the biggest fan of Fallout. Even though I have like every single Fallout game. We'll definitely do Pathologic 2. If I had access to the Pokemon games I've never played, I would. I do also want to do, at some point, I do want to do some classic horror games. But I'm just not sure, like, which ones are out there. I mean, we could always play The Darkness. Pathologic is kind of a classic. We've done Vampire the Masquerade 1 recently, and that's kind of one of the best horror RPGs. Franbo? If I remember right, isn't that a side scroller? Okay, yeah, it's what I was thinking of. It also weirdly reminds me of Little Misfortune. Also, I'm sorry if you'll hear that. That's my washing machine. That thumping, if you can hear it, is my washing machine banging on the wall behind me. Sally Face? I do know about Sally Face. It's, again, though, like, I've seen all three of these games, Little Misfortune, Sally Face, Franbo, and I look at them, and for some reason, they just don't give me the urge to play them. Hi, sure. How are you doing? I do have System Shock, which I think is the remake of System Shock. So we'll probably play that at some point. There's Wolfenstein Youngblood. Fair. It's just, for some reason, I'm not the biggest fan of the, like, I love the art of the, like, drawn together type, games. Like, they released one recently that was, like, very Disney coded. They remade the Thing game. I've heard they did. I've heard it's not that great. It's still just as mediocre as the original. Who made Little Misfortune? That makes sense. But it's just, I don't know. Well, I mean, I still at some point want to play Silent Hill F. Wait, what the fuck? That can't be right. Sorry, I just checked the items that were on sale. Oh, okay. It's because it's a dual pack of Silent Hill and Silent Hill F. Okay, or Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill F. Okay, I was like, why is this pack 90? Why is buying Silent Hill F $99? It's not. To get Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill F, it's $99, but it's now on discount. down to $59.99, which is literally cheaper than the full price of Silent Hill F. Can I add the pack to a wish list? Oh, it doesn't seem like it. I don't have any money to get this, but that's actually kind of a good deal for two of the, like, the newest, best horror games in the last year. I'd play both of those. I'd play both of those. And I mean, I haven't heard that good thing about Silent Hill F. It's very repetitive and doesn't feel... Oh. I've heard a lot of people enjoyed it. I mean, it's not like... It's not any groundbreaking sort of thing for a Silent Hill game, but I've still heard it's pretty good. Isn't it? BioShock? I do have BioShock, I'm pretty sure. I just don't think it's on Steam. Let me see. Oh yeah, I have BioShock Remastered, 2 Remastered, and BioShock Infinite on Epic Games. I heard mixed things about it. I suppose that makes sense. If you're a diehard Silent Hill fan, I can probably guess that it doesn't quite feel the same. Especially because it's not... I know there's diehard fans that were really upset when they were like, Silent Hill, technically Forte. Silent Hill Forte is going to be in, it's going to be in Japan, and everybody got fucking butthurt about it. I do remember that. I do remember folks getting extremely butthurt. Now I lurk because I sleep? Well, thank you, Magic. Thank you for the lurk. Sleep well, buddy. Because apparently the game is very loud. Well, I mean, the way it's written exactly like a Forte on a music sheet. Although that is very funny to say that the game is very... that you adjust the volume yourself, you dinguses. Why is this game so loud? Have you considered turning down the master volume? Mayhaps? Mayhaps? Or does it have the issue where it's like... wow, this seems really quiet. I better turn up the volume. And then suddenly it's very fucking loud. And it was still loud? I should have adjusted the Tinder gamer ear. Apparently most gamers listen to games loud as fuck. Because I am always surprised by how much people can hear in a game. And I'm always like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't hear that at all. And it's because I listen to shit really quietly. Running at like 30 max volume? That's fine. I mean, I wonder what the default was set to. Maybe it's made for speakers? I wouldn't doubt it. If the game was initially made for console, then it was probably made to go on speakers, which means its overall volume capacity is much higher. So when you put it on when you're wearing headphones, it's so much fucking louder. Warframe at half volume while I rock out to music full blast in my truck. Oh, okay, in your ears, in your ears. I was like, do you have Warframe in your truck? Is that what you're admitting to? Yeah, I've played some games before that, like, it's why I have the issue when I boot up certain games and I get fucking deafened. It's usually because, one, those games are set to system, so it goes straight to my ear without any of the audio adjustment I have. And two, sometimes they're console games that have been ported over. God, I can see the thumping on the OBS audio thing. In the play to the Newlands? I don't have a laptop. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't have a laptop. I have my old college one, but that thing was shit when I got it, and it's even worse now. And by shit, I mean, like, couldn't run fucking anything. I literally only used it in college for typing shit out. So that I didn't have to go all the way back to my apartment or my dorm, depending on which year it was, to do my homework. It was like, I think if I remember correctly, my grandpa got it for me one Christmas because he was like, I heard you need a lighter laptop because your current one keeps breaking your backpack. Because I bought myself a gaming laptop after high school and it killed at least 3 backpacks. Using a laptop sucks. I still kind of like laptops. a modern typewriter? Basically, it was like, it wasn't an Apple, but it very much felt and kind of looked like an Apple. I think it was a Lenovo, like a really cheap Lenovo. But my grandpa told me he bought it on clearance sale at Sears. He bought a laptop on like a closing sale deal at his local Sears. And it was like, I think he told me it was like $120. So I was like, all right, I'll use this all the way through college. Sure. Think of self-care. The self-care is brought to you by Gamersups. Because I sold like half of the thing that I brought to the gym with me. Bad game day, do Youngblood? We haven't even finished this one yet, though. We haven't even finished fucking New Order yet. Yeah, Cooked Dark Carnival. It does help the carnival. I haven't heard if that store is no. It's the Sears doesn't exist anymore. Sears is gone. Oh wait, are you saying if I do a bad game day, I should do Youngblood then? Maybe. Yeah, Sears went bankrupt like 2 years ago. Sears doesn't exist anymore. Good Lord. All you have now is Lowe's? I don't think Lowe's and Sears are comparable. Home Depot and Lowe's, sure. But Sears was a massive department store. Sure, they had like the hardware stuff in one section, but they were also like clothes, products, shoes, all just so much just jumbled stuff. Sears had been around for, I think it was like, let's actually look that up real quick. Because if anybody doesn't remember this, if you've played Red Dead Redemption, if you played Red Dead Redemption 2, the catalog that you look at when you go to the store is the Sears catalog. Roebuck and Company, 19th century mail order giant into a department store known for its brands like Kenmore and Craftsman. When did you begin? 1863. In Minnesota. Ooh. In 1879, his father died shortly after losing the family fortune in a speculative stock deal. Sears moved across the state to work at a railroad station agent in North Redwood, then Minneapolis. While he was in North Redwood, a jeweler refused to deliver on a shipment of watches. Sears purchased them and sold them at a low price to a station agent, making a profit. He started a mail-order watch business in Minneapolis in 1886, calling it the R.W. Sears Watch Company. That year, he met Alva Curtis Roebuck, a watch repairman. In 87, Sears and Roebuck relocated the business to Chicago, and the company published Record Sears' first mail-order catalog, offering watches, diamonds, and jewelry. No, it was late 1800s. Late 1800s. 1894, including many items, including sewing machines, bicycles, sporting goods, and even automobiles. Later produced from 1905 and 1915, of course, from the Lincoln Motor Company Works of Chicago. Produced a 532-page catalog in 1895. Damn. By 1896, dolls, stoves, and groceries were added to the catalog. But next, Big Lots. Big Lots, I don't think is doing very well either. It doesn't help that so many companies now are like not doing well because people, again, are shopping online. But then also getting bought up by, what are they called? We'll just go with investment firms, speculative investment firms. And essentially these companies that already have like a little bit of debt get bought by a company that owns a shitload of companies that all have a little bit of debt. So what they do is they then move that debt around, pile it onto a company they just bought. They did this to Toys R Us, by the way. Oh, and they're doing this to Red Lobster right now. And they pile the debt onto that company in the hopes that they'll reformat the entire company to then make a profit that will then either diminish that debt or they will file for bankruptcy under this company that they bought that then essentially makes the debt disappear and essentially allows a bunch of investors to get away scot-free and always guarantee a profit. Not to mention they also take loans on these businesses that they own as assets and then they pile on the debts. I mean, originally Red Lobster, if you might didn't know this, Red Lobster had its own supply chain. They basically owned both the restaurants and all the food that was coming into it. All the way from the dock to the table, they owned it all. And one of these firms bought out Red Lobster when it wasn't doing so well. And because one, they wanted the supply line, and two, they wanted the Red Lobster name. Now, what they've done to Red Lobster is they have essentially took the real estate that Red Lobster owns out from under Red Lobster and gave it to themselves. They gave it to the main body of the investment firm and then forces the Red Lobster company to pay rent to the investment firm. Bought that name or phrase, isn't it? Didn't he buy it for something specific? Didn't he? Wasn't it something very specific? How that's allowed? It's because it's the wealthy. The wealthy get to get away with it. And the thing is they're running out of business to do it with. And so if you ever see the fucking government or your like representatives start pitching an idea that regular citizens should be able to invest in these firms, don't do it, because these firms are running out of business to take over, scrap, and like filter their debt and stuff onto. They're getting desperate for money. So they want the government to allow people that can't afford to invest in these firms, because the minimum is something like $1 million. Actually, I think it's 200,000. I think it's 200,000 is like the minimum amount you have to be able to invest in these firms legally. They want that to change so that the average citizen can invest into these firms and basically just give them money. It's a pyramid scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. It is. I'm not even joking. They're going to try to do that. They have tried to pass bills on it in the past like 2 years. And I promise you they will try to do it in the next couple of years. It is nothing more than a Ponzi scheme for them to take people's money, pile the debt and the loans that they got onto a company, bankrupt it, and then give the fucking profits that they now scraped off the top to their investors. And you're not going to be the investor that gets paid out. I promise. It's going to be the people that have invested millions into it. Also, the investment firm decides what bills they do pay. Yes. Exploit IRL and using it to enrich themselves while fucking everyone else remotely involved. Yes. And I promise you, if you read the laws and stuff that they are trying to pass to allow the average citizen to pay like for fractions of investments into these firms, you read them and it very much sounds like it's just a vacuum to suck all the money to the top investors, because it is. It's a Ponzi scheme. Most of the American fucking investment portfolios are Ponzi schemes. It's Ponzi schemes all the way down. It became a Ponzi scheme. It was bound to become a Ponzi scheme. Basically, as soon as they made it so that legally companies are not beholden to their customers nor their employees, but are beholden to their investors. They are beholden to the shareholders legally. The United States legally passed a fucking trial in like, I think it was like 1909. It was Ford versus the Dodge brothers. We talked about this before. It was Ford versus the Dodge brothers. Mind you, Henry Ford was a piece of shit. But Henry Ford was doing so well for himself, he wanted to give it back to his employees, give them raises, give them more PTO, all this jazz. And the investors, aka in this case, the Dodge brothers, the people who would eventually own Dodge Motor Company, and then Ford would eventually buy Dodge Motor Company in the future. Haha, get fucked. Why is there a loading thing next to my mouse? What is loading? Weird. Okay. They essentially came to Ford and said, no, you owe us that money. Any extra money you get should go back to the shareholders. And they took him to court. And the Dodge brothers won, which essentially set the precedent that companies are not also, yes, correct. Ford is a terrible person. Ford is a horrible person. But in this case, out of the two of them, the Dodge brothers are the worst. I'm saying this only if you imagine this, this trial existing in a vacuum, ignoring all other morals outside of this trial. Weirdly enough, Henry Ford is the good guy out of the two. And because of that verdict, companies have been beholden to their investors before anything else. Time to buy out all businesses and rebrand them under the Dark Carnival. Quick, someone find us. Well, you know what we'd like to call that? Nationalizing. We like our nationalized companies that pay their employees fair and give them a decent work-life balance. Oh, the work-life balance is just a buzzword. Yeah. Eat fucking pant, workaholic. Big corporate bros are worse than the Nazi award-winning Ford. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Two demons getting into an argument over who gets to eat a baby. That's pretty much it. That is kind of, although when you think about it, can you imagine being Henry Ford arguing that he wanted to give his employees raises and benefits and just make their lives marginally better? And still the judge sided with the two schmucks. Was like, no, I want that money. That money's mine. I would like to meet the judge who did that, and I would like to fight him in the fucking parking lot. But he's dead. Guaranteed dead. Anybody know where his grave is? Somebody look that up and tell me where his grave is. I found another gender-neutral bathroom. Thankfully, the company I work for is employee-owned. Ooh. I want to revive him and kill him again. Hell yeah. God, can you imagine? Can you imagine a necromancer labor union? They just keep resurrecting every year on like a holiday or like the anniversary of their death. They just keep resurrecting like heinous judges who basically stripped labor rights and shit like that, and then just kill them again every year. Legally required for people to be paid a livable wage. But I wish it was legal here. We still only pay people the fucking federal minimum wage. Who remembers what the United States federal minimum wage is? Anybody? Anybody know off the top of their head? Anybody want to guess? Actually, I want to know what the Europeans think the federal minimum wage is. Damn it, Wizlock. Yeah, it's $7.25. Residents that make them walk the picket line of non-union locations, $7.25 an hour. Not to mention, if you work at a company where you basically get paid tips, they can pay you down to $2.13 an hour. Don't ask me where they got the 13 cents. But say if you're like a bartender or something, a company is only required to pay you $2.13. Granted, that's only if your state doesn't have its own state minimum wage, which I've been lucky. Even when I was in Texas and I was a bartender, I was never paid the $2.13. When I was a bartender in one place, I was paid $10 an hour and got tips, which isn't the worst, but it's also not that great. That is the 3rd/4th of what minimum should be. Yes. Yes. You are correct. Which is why I say, when I lived in New England and the minimum wage in the city I lived in was $20 an hour, that then raised to 22 because hazard pay. It was fucking night and day, dude. Jess the Birds, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So now when I'm looking for jobs and they're like, we're offering $9 an hour and it's highly competitive, so make sure you apply. I'm like, you're fucking high. You're fucking high. I feel minimum wage should be at least should be 16. Even then, like $16 does not get you very far. Here, the legally wage is about 2.5K in USD. Yeah. Do you want to hear some bad news, chance? I've told you this before. Do you want to know the most I've ever made? Working a job, not counting like any of the events we've had here because y'all have been very generous in the past. The most I've made in a single month when I was working, I have never made more than I believe it was in a month. I'm doing some quick math because I have to think because I was getting paid 2 weeks. It was 1,800. Yeah, that's what it was. It was like 1,850 was the highest I ever made in a month. And mind you, my apartment at the time cost 1,100. They can highly compete with these nuts for $9 an hour. Yep. And a job that existed for 10 years pays $14 an hour, no benefits. There's never any benefits. Benefits don't exist in Texas unless you're like a full-on professional job and or you're working for the government. Yeah. You want to know what job that was? Beef, do you want to know what job that was? I was a water park manager. I was working 45 hours a week. I was paid $12 an hour. And I was the highest paid person on site that was hourly and not salary. To the point where the CFO of the company that owned the water park had to come down and say, you can't tell anybody this is what we're paying you because we don't want you to leave. And you definitely cannot tell the HR lady here because you're being paid more than her now. So I was no longer getting paid by the water park on my paycheck. I was getting paid by the company that owned the water park. So they really liked me. It was my second year working there and they wanted me to come back. At the end of the last season, they were like, we want you to come back as a manager next year. Will you do it? I was like, fuck yeah, I'll do it. And it was $10 an hour when I started. And I was like, this isn't enough. And I'm overworking myself in the hot Texas heat. I'd much rather, and I started looking for a job. And the one I came across was a job at a hotel down the road, a nice hotel, like a 4-star hotel. And it was going really well. The interview was fantastic. The general manager of the hotel was like, we really like you. We're going to get the district manager down here next week to come talk to you about a different position than the one you're applying for. And I told my manager at the time, and it turns out they didn't believe me when I said I was job hunting. But when I told them where I had gone to get an interview, my manager told me, well, the general manager, side-by-side guy here, told me that, wait a second, I know that guy. And he called him to figure out if like it was fake or anything. And apparently, I don't know what it was to this day. That general manager told him something that fucking lit a fire in his pants. Like he panicked. So I don't know what they were going to interview me for. And frankly, I kind of wish I had stuck to my guns. Because the CFO came in that day and we basically did like a re-interview of like, what do you want to get you to say? And I was dumb and naive and only asked for a $2 raise. I should have asked for more. I should have asked for some kind of benefits. Also here, everyone's wages are public information. Oh yeah, you shouldn't hide. I did not hide it. I immediately told my, my co-manager, who was basically, I say co-manager, she was at the same level of manager that I was, is basically the thing. If I wasn't there, she was there. And if she wasn't there, I was there. And I told her basically immediately, and we agreed that we would not tell anybody as long as I bought her dinner once a month. As long as I bought her dinner once a month, we would be kosher. The thing was, I didn't realize at the time because I didn't know what that other person was offering. But I didn't realize it, but I had all the leverage in that room. They wanted me so bad that there was nobody that could replace me. Very appropriate game for the beginning of the year. True. We played it Saturday. Like the first 5 hours of the stream on Saturday. Which we're about to have the fucking we yapped for an hour again while just sitting on the menu. So hold on a second, chat. We're about to have the ad break. Let me get the game ready for y'all. We'll do stream pairs again. Make sure I actually swap the URL stuff. Hold on, I can't see chat. I'm waiting for things to load. Okay, okay. All right, we're good. Let's go iPad. We'll do it in a minute. We'll do iPad in a minute. Oh, it's Ness. Divide and Conquer, great content. Wait, what? Divide and Conquer. Yeah, that was the most paid job I ever had. Not including the actually it does include the other job that I had after that was working at an entertainment center where I was hosting parties come the holiday season. And a company there at one point, sometimes they would have a budget for the holidays, for their holiday party, and I would host it. And at the end, they would be like, oh, we still have money left over from our budget. Here, we'll just give it to you as a tip. And one time, one company gave the rest of their budget as a tip, and it was $750.
Step inside.
I got a $750 tip from doing one party. Vandal School, thank you for the follow. The thing is I wish I could say like I spoiled myself with that, or I went out and had a good time, or I did something fun with it. I did not. Hi, T-Stone. Thank you for the lyric. Unfortunately, I did not. I immediately had to pay tuition costs for college because like I was panicking. I was like, I need fucking money. So I was picking up shifts. I was working, I think it was like 10-hour shifts every single day for like the Christmas holiday season. I rolled 18. What? Why are you rolling that? Why the fuck? Oh, I remember you were posting that art in the not safe for work section. Oh, yeah. For a bit, too bad you have now disadvantage on stealth, loser. Unless you learn to tuck. It's time to learn to tuck. Yeah, you don't get to have 18 inches and wave it away with no fucking encumbrance. Admit to the Norwegian Prime Minister. Yeah, I saw that letter. I've listened to that letter. I've read that letter. It's so fucking stupid, Prey. We have a fucking child as our national leader. My fucking gods. Come on, Iran. Come on. 54 is pizza cutter. Gotcha. Scissors is 37. Scissors 37. TV 52. Oh, I've seen the globe twice and I already forgot what the other one was. Oh God, was it 5239? Oh, what the fuck? Sorry. Oh, I did remember it. Hell yeah. I fixed it. It's fine. I hit spacebar when I was clicked into OBS and not into chat. Stop screaming! It's fine! Who played Cindy? Oh, yeah. I always forget that too. Yes, it is. It's Dead Man Wonderland. Let me go check Discord really quick for a hot second. Oh, I just remembered I was supposed to do something this morning. Give me a second, chat. It's only gonna take a second. It's basically just experience. I forgot to do, or at least add back in the experience from before. But we got a minute and a half. Oh, thank you, Sunstar. I was about to say, we got a minute and a half. We can do another one. Where's the other hard hat? Ooh, Parrot on 5. Okay, Parrot on 5. Owl on 6. Parrot 5, Owl 6. There we go. I did remember the platypus. It keeps showing the same penguin. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, I did miss the other owl flicking around. Horse! Wait, 2, was it 39? Oh, hey, I did remember. Oh no, somebody else got that. That was 3 and 29. Dang, we're doing good on this one. We did good on this one. Damn. Hold on, Jeff. 3 levels? Damn. All right. Sunstar with 9? 9 in the rounds? Jesus. Jesus Christ, Sunstar. All right, hold on a quick second. I need to change a thing really quick. What was it? Let me do some quick math. Where is... I'm doing a quick thing for the Vampire Chronicle that we've been playing on Sundays. Because I had to run and I didn't add the experience in. And I kind of want to change some things that I completely did not use at all. Okay, got to do math. 3. Okay. And then add that. Reduce that. Do that. Quick math. Okay. And then real quick. Need you. Are you a vampire? We're playing a campaign and we're getting close to the end. And I need to remember to take a thing because there's something I want for what is basically... Oh, wait. That's the wrong spot. And then I need to copy and paste the system for it. Boom. Sick. All right. Alrighty then. That will be fine. Yeah, if anybody doesn't know, on Sunday we play a Vampire the Masquerade game. Takes place in kind of the Midwest. We basically in a small town outside of Duluth. Super fun. I played Zamitzi Tattoo Artist. But let's actually play the game we were meant to play in here. So, hi chat. Am I still taking up too much space? Here, let's do this instead. Let me do this. Then we'll sit about here. I think here's a good spot. All right. Sorry, Nate. No more music. All right, we'll start, but then we'll see if the volume's good. Saves regular intervals, please, and thank you. Oh, good lord, the sensitivity. Vampire, let me grapple that man. You can't keep grappling them into the sun. Let's see if I even remember the controls for this. It's been 3 days. Oh, okay, so we're back in the cutscene. Blondie, really? Oh, I know Emot loves this game. I'm enjoying the shit out of this game. Oh, so can I? Okay, I can't pause. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put on my hoodie because I'm cold. I'm cold. I haven't put my hoodie on since I got out of the shower, so. Well, no, Sunstar. It's because, hold on a second. It's because I play so many different games and the settings are so different. Like, I don't even remember what the interact button is. It E in this game? Also, it's still very quiet, so let me turn it up for y'all. We'll go about there and we'll see how that works. Step inside, step inside. The regular
This big fucking disgrace.
London Nautica. Why is it called that?
Used to be downtown London. Used to be.
Oh, right, we're in England. I forgot that. I thought we were in America.
Furious, unrelenting resistance. Then the Nazis brought in a London monitor and everything went to shit from there.
Trey Astroblood, thank you for the follow. Also, Vandal Skull. I'm sorry, Vandal Skull. I'm sorry if I didn't say hi to you earlier. Thank you for the follow.
Everything. Anyway, did this fucking monstrosity.
Wait, that's like 80 kilometers?
Nazi research facility.
Oh, I guess we are on a highway.
Space, all kinds of evil shit transpiring. Caroline and the other pilots should be over the radio tower by now. You see?
Well,
Anya's operating the radio back in Berlin. You can reach him using this.
okay. Wait, we went from Berlin to London? Already?
So long, Blazkowicz. You make this count, all right?
Blazkowicz always makes it count, baby. Oh! I did not realize that's where we were going with this. Holy shit. Avenge? I ain't gonna avenge. I'm gonna slaughter. That didn't feel like it was part of the plan. Was that supposed to happen? Oh, so that means the whole trunk was just a bomb.
We are moving into position at the top of the radio tower, approximately 7 blocks from your location. You'll have to find a way to the top floor of the Nautica and open the hangar doors. That way me and the other pilots can get inside.
What was that? Oh. Aha. Ah, this is a secret area. Okay. So I probably didn't actually need to go this way. Okay. I forget, who is our target here? Do I still have? I do. I don't have much on it. Whew, thought I ran out for a second. I didn't make it big enough again? Oh, hey, buddy. How is this not big enough? The whole thing just disappeared. Okay. Go this way. Where did my pistol go? Here it is. Woo! Jesus. You know, I didn't even realize it was still chasing me. I was just running like it was.
I'm looking at blueprints of the building. It's a long way to the top.
Oh, you think? Excuse me. Excuse me. Bitch. Air Force Commander. Uh-oh. Ooh. A lot of files lying around here. I've seen you get jump scared. I get jump scared all the time. Okay.
Up ahead is the reception area. I want you to go to the far end of the reception area, through the large doorway and into the moon dome.
Buddy, you're not looking so good.
And Bobby's death will not be in vain.
Ooh.
Wind's coming on hard like. Picked the wrong day for hang gliding.
Well, look at you. Okay. Somewhat random. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh. Accidentally burned myself. God damn it! Oh, okay. Oh. I didn't need to use that grenade, but okay. Give me all your fucking armor. Is that what that was supposed to be? Is that basically just a bunch of free armor? That was another grenade. Wow, there's a bunch of grenades hiding around here. Okay. Guess we're going in. Excuse me. Oh, that'll do. Ow, mother. Oh, hi. Oh, good lord. Of course, there's a turret over there. I keep wanting to hit mouse. Oh, I'm out of grenades. I have 2 HP in a dream. Oh, shit. Well, look at you. Oh, come on. To improve your... How do I unlock perks? Is it just by doing certain things? That's what it feels like. Is there a system I'm supposed to be able to open? All right, let's do this again. Have a grenade. Oh, I do have one more grenade. I should have thrown it at the big guy and not those guys. Oh, Jesus. There's another one behind me. God, y'all are sturdy. Damn it, I hit the wrong button. Oh my God, no! Go down! Oh my God! Passively gained by doing certain things? Okay. This is one of the points where sometimes trying to whip my mouse around and it being an MMO mouse fucking sucks. Oh, hey, there you guys are. I kind of wish I had something that was more like a marksman rifle right now. Ow, oh, hi! God fucking damn it. I just lost 60 fucking health to that one dude. No, bad cease. Oh, hi. Oh, you're not supposed to still be in fucking dual wields. Oh my God, I have no ammo. Fuck, I hate dual wields. Turning it on turns on dual wield for every fucking gun. God damn it. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh! Go down! Good fucking Lord. Oh my God. Seriously. Clip command? Apparently not, because apparently Mix It Up says no. I wish my grenades actually seemed like they were doing something. Not hit him. Oh, of course, I only had one bullet. Hello? Where did you come from? I just looked up there. Is it just the robot? I'd like it if you would die. Oh, it's a plant. Seriously? Why do these guys get hit scan? Have that. Have that. Are you down? Okay, you're down. Create a robot. When I was alone and afraid. Oh, cringe. Oh, it's the cafeteria. Give me all the bonus health. That dream doesn't have no leader? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I don't like them. I don't like them. Oh, it's probably that I need to pull. I didn't know you meant this soon. Where is it? What's the button for it? Ooh. Oh, I got 10 bullets. Damn it. Oh, hi. Of course. Why am I surprised? So pull it there. And there. Oh. I should have been using the other gun. Is there another one? How? Oh no, they're on the rafters up there. Oh, like then I can apparently they can shoot through the moon? Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, god damn it, I'm reloading. God damn it. There's no cover! That didn't work. That didn't work. Oh, wrong button! Oh my fucking god! What the fuck? I hate this game! God, why did I suddenly get such a massive difficulty spike?
Inside the moon dome is a
This is even worse.
Outer wall near to the top of the dome.
Why didn't you reload? Oh, you're above me. It's like, I hear y'all missing. Are y'all below me? Oh. Okay, I saw the loading sign. No, I don't want to pull that yet. Crime rate down in quarantine blocks. Gee, I wonder why. Seeing a trend in diminishing crime rate in London quarantine blocks. It's quite safe now for the denizens of quarantines to take a stroll down the street, said Police Chief Bruno Winkler. Murder cases are at a historic low. He added that the benevolent treatment of the citizens by the new regime has had a positive effect on the decent folks of the city. We're also seeing an increase in the number of reports filed on deviant behavior by both neighbors and family members alike. Ooh. I did not want to do... Oh, hi! It worked. Is there anything else to grab? I ran past everything. I know there's shit underneath me, but fuck it. Fuck it. The hell are you? I'm sure this will be fine. Somehow, I guess.
Do you see the door to the maintenance section? It's in the star field about halfway to the top of the dome. Can you find a way to reach it?
Ow. Oh, hi. All right, hold on. We're going to do this the fun way. Hi, guys. You lived? Stupid.
Look for a hatch on the wall. It's the access tunnel to the elevator shaft.
Oh, man. No side rooms. This game seems cathartic. It is. It's very much that. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, of course. But... Oh, I do have some charge. Huh. I did not realize I had any charge for that. Okay, so let me double check. 5 is marksman, 6 is shotgun, 3 is pistol. Pistol... SMG / assault rifle, shotgun.
Hopefully the elevators haven't suffered any damage from the blast.
Do I gotta? Nailed it. Let me up. Hello. I was hitting E. Uh-oh. Oh, hi. Ow. Wait, what was that? Oh. Why were you in the elevator shaft, buddy? Safety brakes, 4 of them. Oh, they're in the elevator.
Klingt, als wäre jemand oben auf dem Aufzug.
Shooting the brakes off. What could go wrong? Better stand on the counterweight.
Oh! You know, that was a coincidence I was standing in the right spot. It would have been funny if I fucked that up. Alright, is this another stealth section? Oh, no, cutscene. Ooh. What are you doing, handsome?
I think I found something.
What do you see?
Ancient artifacts. Highly technological in nature.
Hmm?
Parchment. Looks like Hebrew. I think the Nazis are trying to reverse engineer all this stuff.
Are there any
Wait,
identifying
what?
marks?
Doth? You should. Dog, Abel, apostrophe. Abel, Tara, space, yoke, item, Charlie, Hal, Uncle Dog.
Might be something in our archives, Anya. See if you can find any references.
Oh, right, she's in the radio tower.
Will do. Be careful out there.
I like her, Blaskovitz. Good catch. Be sure to bring as much of this you should stuff as you can carry.
Will do.
Okay. Ooh, what are you? Sure, I'll take the help. Oh. Brussels, October 10th, 1960. One of the key figures of computational science, Dr. Ernst Brandt, was the inventor of the first AI system to be used in one of General Strauss's war machines, the Panzerhund. Now his gaze is fixed on the next challenge, the creation of the smartest non-human intelligence in existence. There are many benefits for society if such an artificial being could be created. Holy shit, where's the catharsis coming from in this case? There's the weird lore of Wolfenstein. It's certainly something. Many benefits for society if such an artificial being could be created, said the soft-spoken doctor to us when we met up with him last week in the Modern School of Computer Science in Brussels. Not least because it can help us automize the process of determining who is a decent citizen and who is not. What? It is a tantalizing thought indeed, which is why General Strauss has granted Brandt an increasing fund to his research project. Oh, no. Anything else? I saw that flickering health thing. Where did that go? Oh, right there. Strange. Also this. Gimme. What are you? A button.
Gotta be a way in there.
No, that's something else. Oh, darn it. Is it... It's pointing me at something. Or do I need to grenade this? Because this looks like the grate from before. I think I only have Tesla grenades. Oh. Another one? Oh. Oh. Did I see? No, that's the paper again. Oh, there it is. Another knife. Nice. Oh, there's chains in there. So I should be able to get up there. Okay, but like...
One more.
That's so stupid.
Let's fire it up.
Ah! Laser! Oh, it replaces it? Oh. Oh, what? Huh? C to toggle between shooting and cutting. Oh, okay. Hello. Sick. Sick. Hey, what's up here?
Look for some form of access point near the floor.
Ah, okay. Hello. Is that gonna go away or it's not gonna go away until I do this, is it? Oh, I took fall damage for that. God damn it. All right, hold on. And it charges up at every single thing. Ooh. Hello. I got radiation fuzz for a second.
About 2 floors up is an access point leading directly into the hangar.
Okay, but do I get to do the thing again? Is it 2 floors up? I don't... Oh.
You should be very close. The hangars where Project Whisper helicopter prototypes are kept.
Also, oh, shit. That little laser cutter did not last very long, it feels like. Hello? Going up? Oh no, robots. Fuck, dude. Oh no. Don't turn around. Don't turn around yet. Don't turn around. Anyone in here?
Used to be easier. You didn't have big honking robots, and I had an army.
Yeah, it would be quite a lot easier, wouldn't it? Oh, it's ammo. Hello. Another knife, you say? Wait, I can throw knives, can't I? Again, I don't know how to throw knives, though. Oh! Never mind, I figured it out. Needs even his tools to be weapons, or he isn't killing Nazis effectively? I kind of want to throw a knife at that guy, but I'm afraid it's going to fuck up. Oh, there's 2 robots. Oh, come on! What do you mean? No. God damn, the sensitivity, dude. Seriously? Just kind of scampering across there was too loud?
There's my helicopters. That's engineering. That's your bottom dollar again.
Ignacio Montoya? No. No.
You didn't have big honking robots, and I had an army.
First time playing? Yes. And I am both having a great time and a terrible time. I feel like this game is bullying me. All right, let's see if we can test out these throwing knives, because I genuinely do not know how good these things are. Whoop. 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 He sounds so close. Where is he? Shut up, you didn't see shit. Again, is anyone going to tell me how good these knives are? Because I don't want to have to do a restart from checkpoint again. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, so I have to be closer. Are you serious? God, what? That took a whole several seconds for them to be like, oh, think, oh.
There's my helicopters. That's it, engineer. It's your bottom dollar, it is.
Bitch. All right. I guess we're just gonna do this melee execution style. I do kind of wish there was a way for you to like track perks. Again, there's no like, let's go to options, controls, key bindings. Where can I check what perks I have? Why would you have it so that you can just, I would just get perks randomly for the way that I play and not actually be able to hunt down the perks that I want? Also, there's a toggle left mode and toggle right mode. I guess that explains how I swapped at one point in the middle of the fight. Is the map? This only says open or close. I can only open or close the map. Are you fucking serious? Jesus Christ, dude.
There's my helicopters. That's it, engineer. It's your bottom dollar, it is. Used to be easier. You didn't have big honking robots. Then I had an army.
I'd much rather try to sneak because there's 2 commanders here, and I'm pretty sure when they get triggered, each one spawns an entire horde of people. He's still up on the platform. J or Y? Well, that would have been useful earlier. Jesus. Handgun. Perform a headshot while aiming. Oh. Unlike previous perk. Stealth kills with thrown knives. Oh. Okay. Stealth kills using silenced handgun. I would kind of like to use that. Don't I have one? I guess not. No, I guess I have to have a different gun. Okay. Ugh. Do I dare try this? Do I just try to lob it? That works? Okay. Okay, there it is over there. Coming this way. Stealth is optional in Wolfenstein? I know it is, but I like stealth gameplay. Also, hold on. Wait, I didn't look at the rest of the perks. What do we got? Demolition, grenade kill. I've only got 2 grenade kills? Crazy. Indirect kills by dropping enemy grenades. Oh. Assault rifles, rocket ammunition. Rocket ammunition. Damn, I really ain't done shit. Oh, wait, what? I'd rather have tactical. But, okay, so we need to get headshots with the handgun. Yeah, these are very useful. Okay. Stealth kills soldiers. Compounds. Compounds. That's very useful. Where did you go? There you are. Keep her moving. Okay. I know there's one up there right now. Somewhere? Okay, it's going past the commander. He's about to do a 180, isn't he? I'm pretty sure I hit these things. It's gonna trigger them, isn't it? Ooh. What the hell?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
Oh, that's them scanning. Shut up, you don't see shit. Yes, stealth does in fact need no witnesses. Okay, let's go in the other direction. Ah, there he is. Fuck, he's looking this way. Gonna drop down. He's looking at me. Oh, god damn it. Stupid. Oh, hey. Oh, upgrades. Put it in, damn it. Cool. All right, one down. Oop, that touch. The weird spatial whoop, things are always kind of interesting. Ow. That's fine. Cease and desist. Cease and desist. Whoop. Why did the other one not have that big explodey thing. Oh. Did I run out of... Oh, I did run out of ammo. Whoop. So there are different kinds. Are you done? Are you blind? No, you're not. Okay, now you're down. Oh, y'all are still down below. And next to me. Oh, I'm stuck. Damn it. Ah! Cease and desist. Oh. Whew. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh boy. Okay, let's do some handgun action. Because I kind of want... Is that it? We good? Give me all your shit. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where's the robots? Oh, there it is. That's... I'm pretty sure this is new-looking robots. Okay, let's go find that charge station is... Okay, there's extra grenades here. Hey, buddy. Can I interest you in some of these? How about one of these? Oh, oops. Here, have another one. That was a knife I threw the first time. That's my own bad. Oh, here, this will do. Wait, is that a second one? Or did he leap around? Good lord, he's fast. It is kind of funny that it sounds like a really loud ping pong. Oh, shit! Also, it didn't actually recharge. This also does not seem to be knocking off armor. Oh, wait! Oh, wait, give me that ammo. Hello? Shit, get me off. I was hoping I could tear these off, but it doesn't seem like I can. Oh, right, fall damage is very slim here. God damn it. Also kind... Oh. Wow, you move really fucking fast, dude. I could try and get close to it, but I feel like that's a bad idea. Or knives. You know what? Hold on, where's my... There it is. Wow, you at least get up and down pretty fast. Am I doing anything to this? I feel like I'm not doing anything to him. Anybody know? I am effectively out of ammo. Oh, hey. He's very beefy? Okay. Charge, damn it. Why are you not shooting? I was holding left click, it didn't shoot. It's still not shooting. I'm not on... Oh, I am on laser. Stupid. You know, I was kind of hoping that this thing was going to be doing a lot more damage than it is. Oh, okay. Thank God. Knife the robots. Yeah, I was in cutting mode. You're correct.
Your shit. Helicopter secured.
Give me all that sweet, sweet armor. Good Lord. Just picking up these massive hunks of metal and slapping it on his body is so goofy. All right, guess we're still going up. I still don't think I've unlocked that headshot perk yet, so I do kind of got to get at least a couple headshots. Just completed stealth. Oh, did I? Oh, it's silenced. Yeah, headshot while aiming using handgun. Whoops. Be very fun. Oh, it'd be very funny if I did not charge this thing before I came in here. Oh. Gibraltar Bridge. They made a bridge on Gibraltar, Madrid, October 3rd, 1957. The biggest bridge ever built, finally inaugurated yesterday evening in front of a gathered crowd of top Nazi politicians, as well as specially invited upstanding citizens in the area. The honor of cutting the ribbon went, of course, to a beloved leader who was flown in from Berlin this morning and held a short but powerful speech. Afterwards, in front of the impressive construction crossing the Gibraltar Strait, I was moved to tears, says Wilma, a local shop owner. He has such a way with words, he wasn't the only one moved to tears. Gunther Grunwald, head engineer of the project, received a special thanks from our leader. I already found the stealth pistol in the asylum. Otherwise, go talk to the closest Wehrmacht officer about it. The C button toggles alt fire on weapons. Stealth pistol. I got the silencer one. So you said it's C? Oh, whoops. Because right now I just have this. And it doesn't seem like I can change it to any of the other handguns. Well, that's not good. Don't mind if I do. Button.
Well done, Blazkowicz.
I'm what?
What's your landing?
Oh, it's our guys. Okay. Really, hang gliders, guys?
You dead, Klaus? Are you okay, mister? Nothing broken. Fucking hell, you dumb German sod. You can't be that reckless with your landings, you get yourself killed. Blast away! Pick up Caroline, put her in the pilot seat of the last helicopter.
Okay. Machine pistol? I'd rather have the silence pistol, honestly. So one of these things, there it is. It's like one of these things is still glowing. Where is she? I'm coming up. Oh, shit. Come. Okay, there she is. Oh my god! Wait, what the fuck? God damn it! I couldn't even crouch under it.
BJ, carry me to the pilot.
Ma'am, I'm right in front of you. You don't have to yell. You don't have to yell. This slow walk does not bode well. Hey, there's a medkit in there. Oh shit, the ad break! Oh man, I was gonna go have a fruit break. I got some fruit this morning at the grocery store. Oh, y'all remember those huge pears we saw last week?
How did you survive?
The big, like, spherical pears?
You were dead.
I found one in my grocery store.
Much. Remember punching Hans Gross in the face. Remember ascending into the sky. For moments there, I thought
Hans
I was
Gross?
going to heaven. Then falling, then pain. First pain of my life. Felt like my insides were running out through my back. Could barely move. Had to crawl. They found me after 3 days in a ditch. Long months in a Kreisauer hospital bed. They were shoving tubes in me. Infection.
Okay.
These things
Sorry, I had to fix my hair. Why they spherize our pears? No, no, it's an Asian pear. They're supposed to be spherical.
I've learned how to fly.
Damn! Oh, it's so loud. Wait, we're in Berlin. What the hell? Oh, hi, Max. There is no fucking way that...
These things are never going to fit, Caroline.
What the shit was that? That was possibly the most dangerous way to fucking... There's no way that went unnoticed. There's no way that went unnoticed.
Complaining. For now, this is top priority. What is the dot ye should? How can we get in contact with?
Okay.
Anya, what do we know?
Very little, but I have some ideas.
Good. Anya, you take the lead on this.
Are we just glazing over also the comrade that we just lost to his own suicide bomb? We glazing over that sacrifice?
William, I could use your help. I found some interesting leads. This parchment describes a way to create a type of super concrete.
A type of super concrete? How many super concretes can there be?
Concrete monstrosities around here.
Yes, everything, even this place. This is the only concrete they used. This is how they created all those cities so quickly. Now that we know where it comes from,
okay.
I need a sample of it for closer study. Can you look around here for a piece of exposed
The guy with the flu? Yeah, the guy with the flu.
of mold?
Wait, what? 3? 4?
Porous enough for you to cut me a sample.
Whatever you need.
I don't remember Bobby's name. I only
There was
barely
this
met him. We had
encrypted
one
list of
sentence with
that
him.
Yeshut members in Poland during the war. I need to compare it with the official German state records on Jewish citizens in the years between 1939 and 1945. Can you see if those records are in the
That's
archives?
probably gonna be hard.
I'll get right on that.
And there's one more thing.
I'm gonna guess that's gonna be extremely hard. You're pregnant. You're pregnant. Of course you're pregnant. All the super concrete for Super Earth? No.
That'll be all. We can go now.
You did terrific, big stuff. Go to the archive. All right. Ooh. Jesus. Hello. Archive. Where was the archive? Oh, right next to me. Hello.
You need keys. Idiot.
Okay, but where are the keys?
Fergus reading there earlier. I did. He has keys.
Okay, Fergus hasn't. This door's open. This door isn't open. Oh, this is the hangar entrance. Okay. Okay. Jesus. And who are you over here?
There's a batch of mold. Need a circular saw to cut a sample. Gotta be some power tools nearby.
Okay, but why did I need a... Oh, no, shit. Seriously?
Max Horst? Quite a fall there, Mr. Big Cheese. You're in the sewer system now. You will find your way back here if you have a look around.
Do y'all not have a rope to drop down to me? Oh, Jesus. What did I just do? I don't have... Oh, I only have my knife and my utility gun. The charge box there is what that looks like. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, of course it's one of the cameras. Of course it is. Okay. What do you mean it's the funny segment? I don't like this. There's armor and shit in here. That doesn't bode well. Oh, final though. Why is it giving me armor and shit? Why do you call this the funny segment? Okay. Reflection? Is it not gonna tell me? Because I'm guessing it's not gonna tell me. Oh boy, a shotgun. Oh, you're fucking joking. Reload, damn it. Jesus. Where's that ammo that it keeps? Oh. There it is. Somehow, I guess. Okay. Doing her part? I don't know what I'm doing. But it's Wolf 14, so it's basically given. Oh! Hello. Oh, there's another one. God damn it. Oh, I got both of them. One. Oh shit, I'm stuck. Give me that. Okay. Okay. Kind of want to be nosy here. Oh, I guess there's nothing else around here. I guess we'll just go through the door. Oh, you're not a breakable one. Okay. Ladder. Something on the other side. Nope, that doesn't count for anything. What is it? Oh, there's a chain on the other side. But I don't get it. Are the bots funny? No, the bots are not funny. Ladder here. Excuse me. All the way down, so have fun? Fuck. Okay. Also, how many times is this game gonna jump scare me with shit? I get jump scared in this game more than I've gotten jump scared in... Oh. Howdy, chuckle fucks.
Howdy, cowboy.
What the damn hell are you doing?
I mean, we're using a circular saw on what looks like concrete.
Sorry, pal. Didn't know he'd flip out like that.
Why am I getting this molds?
No. Well, kind of. I don't know.
So not his son.
Used to be Klaus had a son, born during the war. A miracle, he called it. They had tried for years to have a child, him and his wife.
Let me guess, Lebensborn.
Pretty good father. For a Nazi.
The child was born.
I got a stinky puppy here too. Hey, Coco.
Klaus knew
Hi.
what that meant. He begged the doctors not to report it to the authorities. Then secret police showed up to take the boy away.
Okay.
Tried to stop them.
Okay.
The wife died from a bullet to the head. The child too. Klaus.
Super science wrong, and you gotta figure out why? That's what it seems like. Because I think I remember seeing a cutscene somewhere where there's like a scientist.
Forgive the Nazis.
Also, hold on a second. I need, because my activity feed is broken. Okay, there we go. There we go. Apparently wasn't scrolling for some reason. Oh! That was weird, but okay.
Maybe check on Max. See if he's okay.
Oh, hey, what's this?
Lost toy. Well, I found you.
Oh, there's a bunch of lost toys. So there's a fire truck, a phone, blocks. I'm gonna guess they're not all gonna be in this hangar. Also, hold on a second, chat. Coco wants out, so give me just a second. Okie dokie. I have released the puppo. Alright, let's go. I thought we saw the telephone earlier. But I'm gonna guess they're probably gonna be in different places. Hell yeah, work it. Alright, can't get the key, so we need to find Fergus for that. We need to go talk to Max. We need to bring her the sample.
This is great, William. I still need those state records. Can you look in the archives room? I think it's right over there.
Oh. I just realized that's 4 SMGs. Bobby's letter. Charlotte, do you remember the red cat, how it begged by her window and how you fed it shrimps? Shrimps is bugs. Or the snail on the porch who fell down the table into your knees? Do you remember the sunny side of Primrose Hill, the broken glass of Clapham Pride in the nursery school? The one you said our politicians killed? Oh. How your smile turned into tears, how you flew and flew into my arms and laughed and kissed music into my ears. Oh, it's poetry about his wife, isn't it? Oh. Chair. Schizophrenic secret room. Okay. Oh. Are you new? Prisoner escaped Eisenwald. Small group of prisoners escaped from Eisenwald prison. Described by the police as highly dangerous murderers, rapists, and degenerates. They advise the public to stay alert for people displaying deviant behavior and report anything that may help them track down each individual. Scramps. Scramps. Scribbity scramp. All right, let's go upstairs. Maybe we'll find the other toys. Oh, what was that? Oh, atomic bomb hits America. 1948, largest bomb ever invented was dropped 13 hours ago on New York City, largely decimating Manhattan and killing over 200,000 people. It's an atomic bomb, said our great leader on a radio broadcast speech to the public. 20,000 times more powerful than the biggest bomb ever created before. More than a bomb, this is a warning to the American people. Ooh. Hey! Let's talk to Max first.
Lost your toys, Max.
Oh, I can't talk to Max. Okay, so that was only to start the toy hiding part. I guess. Locked. All right, let's talk to you.
Fergus, I need the keys to the archives. You got them?
Yeah. Hang on.
You okay, buddy?
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
You okay, Fergus?
He's a little stressed out.
I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this.
We'll be all right. We can still get the job done.
Aye? For how much longer?
What's this about, Fergus?
I don't know. Nothing. Everything.
God, that is a serious fucking knife.
Boy, goddammit. Private Wyatt. He should be here instead of me.
Would Wyatt have been saying the same thing?
He had potential. He could have given us a future. You and me were two fucking mummies from the past, running on nothing but willpower.
I made the wrong choice.
I mean, he's supposed to be old, but to be fair, he is also currently effectively a one-man army.
I worked my ass off to save that boy, Blazkowicz, and you fucking pissed it away on a whim.
Do you think it was a whim?
That fucking kid, he could endure anything. Now he's gone. They're all fucking gone. And you're stuck with this useless fucking skeleton.
Okay, somebody's having a little survivor guilt.
Who's gonna take over when we're too damn battered to strap on the holsters anymore? Get the fuck out. I need a nap.
I don't know, that sounds like you should say I need a wink and a nap. I think you should have saved Baby Dude. I feel like Wyatt is probably going to have the same survivor's guilt. Because these games usually do that. You get the option between two different characters, and usually you still kind of just get the general survivor's guilt. Should I go look for the toys, or do I just... Well, there's the phone.
Hey, toy. All I had was a pine cone and a box of matches.
Hey, yo, pine cones were fun as shit. I said that as the kid who played with pine cones at my grandparents. And climbed the tree they came from, because it was straight as shit. And it was easy to climb. So we're missing a block and a fire truck, it looks like. I doubt any of the, quote, lost toys are going to be in the room. The snoring. Block, 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 block. Block, block. Blockity, blockity, block. Yeah, I can't go in there. Go check the tools area. I want to say I saw... Was it over here? Oh, it's a nightmare thing. Wait, what was that? What was that? What did I miss? What did you do? Have nightmare? I am not doing the nightmare. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Oh, I can't open this because I can't pull up my zappy zap thing, but it makes me wonder if that's gonna be important later. We're gonna get caught eventually, aren't we? And that's gonna be like one of the escape routes. Here's the block. The robot was just wandering around in the hangar. No. You had the phone in here.
Oh, yes. No, so silly.
No. Nope. Nope. This is the very first one I've ever played. Anything hiding tucked away back here? Also, I feel like the fire truck would be making noise because the robot was making noise. What was that? Oh, it was that. It was that spark. You can give Blasco PTSD? You think he doesn't already have it? He spent 15 years in an asylum. Can I actually find these toys right now? Or is this something you're supposed to do like throughout everything? Oh, here, let's go check the, I have an idea. Excuse me, I'm just gonna... Oh, hey!
Belong to Max. I'll get you home.
Wait, so those two were like right next to each other. So now we're just missing the fire truck. They're so good. I really enjoyed them. We'll probably play the other ones. I do have them, so... All right. Does anybody know where the fire truck is? Am I missing it? Is it? It's not going to be like tucked behind one of the doors that's locked, right? And now that those, like the phone and the blocks were right next to each other, it makes me concerned that I need to go back to the hangar. I give no hints, but I want the hints. I'm looking for the fire truck. I'm looking for Max's fire truck. Ominous. Is it like tucked away somewhere? I'm trying to listen for sirens too to see if maybe there's like toy car noises. Go back down. Mold infestation in Berlin. Fair to say there's some sort of poetic justice. Reports from resistant friends in Berlin suggest that a new type of mold spore has started infesting structures made out of super concrete. Mold in super concrete? Okay, chat, I need you to tell me. Is there human ashes in the concrete? Is super concrete made with human ashes? Nah? Okay. What's the ... What's with the ... I've got good news. corrode the stability of the concrete, making it easier to destroy structures that are important to the regime. Ooh. It's just sabotage? Okay. Not the mold. It was the super concrete. Because they can kind of make up whatever science they want for this game. So they can say that, like, adding human ashes to a mixture of concrete makes it stronger. And I have to remind you, this is the Nazi regime we're talking about. Let's go check downstairs. Because of what the Easter egg is? Oh. You hear that sound? I think it's that. I don't think that's a fire truck. Although it does kind of sound like it could be a fire truck. It's under the table. Under the bed? The bed? Oh, god damn it. All right, I guess we gotta go in here anyway. Oh, hey.
Another toy on the run.
Another toy on the run. Oh, Maxi boy. Here you go, buddy. Aww. I should have known. Oh, we got a new model. All right, back to the important stuff. Although I am nosy and very curious what's in here. Wait, that's the painting that was in the in that one office we went into and killed the commander that was standing at the window. That's the painting that was on the wall, and I was like, that's a Spanish painting. What is that doing in here? All right, Anya, what do you got?
Thank you, William. Give me some time to analyze this. I think I'm onto something.
Also, you get to kill more Nazis if you... I mean, we're gonna get to kill plenty of Nazis.
Gum. It's good.
You feeling better, Fergus?
Nah. I'm good, thanks.
Uber concrete.
Uber.
The essential building material of the Reich. It's based on a .E technology. It's almost perfect, but it's deteriorating through time, developing mold. Someone is tampering with the mix. Someone who knows its secrets.
Ah, somebody on the inside.
I found a trace of this type of limestone that exists only in northern Croatia.
Okay, we already knew that because we saw the newspaper.
The name Set Roth.
Hell yeah, Magic, welcome back.
Times in .E shoot documents. According to official records, he's been detained in 1941
Hunger for scalps.
And sent off to a forced labor camp in Belice, in northern Croatia. Now, this is where things get interesting. The labor camp excavates limestone from a quarry for manufacture of Uber concrete. I believe this is the place where we'll find Set Roth, a living member of .E shoot.
Problem is, there are so many unknowns. This is an old
Not a forced labor camp. I think there's only one kind in this case. Yeah, the growing mold in concrete is. If you would basically have to be mixing the spores in intentionally.
Go undercover.
You're gonna have to put on a uniform, buddy.
You ready for this, Blaskovich?
Push it. All right, hold on.
Stupid. I was arrogant.
Here, oh, can I pause?
No one is ever ready for something like this.
Oh, well, let me pause. Can I alt tab? Oh, no, even then it was just pause the cutscene. Oh, it's this bitch again. Oh, now it pauses it. That's weird. All right, hold on a second, chat. I need to, I'm not lying. I need to run to the bathroom really fucking bad. But we still had 30 minutes until the ad break. So, Give me a hot second. We'll take a brief break. I'm going to run the ad break early. And then when I come back, I'll do those 10 Actually, I'll do those 10 push-ups before I leave. So give me a hot minute. Let me start this for y'all. And then I'll start the ad break. And then I'll do the push-ups. And then I'm going to run to the bathroom. And then I may eat some fruit because I'm getting a little peckish. A little bit peckish, if you will. All right. Let's do this. 10 push-ups it is. Up. Oh, God. Watch out, chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. I'll be back in a hot minute, chat. I'll see you in just a second. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? All right. Sorry, I'm also picking my teeth. I had some potato chips while I was up along with the fruit, which was kind of a mistake. Because when you eat a piece of kiwi and then you go for something salty, it tastes really fucking weird. Hi, Berserk. Hi, Magic. All right. Y'all are about to finish this round. I finally finished that gamer sub, so let me have a drink of water. Have a good night, Sly. Thank you for hanging out. All right, let's put this away. Put this away. Wait, double check why I have so many notifications. Okay. Okay, we're good. Back to killing Nazis. Oh, hello, Screen Dot. Wait, I think I've seen this part. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have, only because I remember the lady. Is that Anya behind us?
Nee, der kommt mir irgendwie bekannt vor. Der sieht wie ein Schwerbeiter aus. Bitte, Frau Engel.
Wolfgang, der hier.
Jawohl, Lagerkommandant. Durch die Tür ist Aufsag.
Oh, good lord, here we go. I brought reinforcements? What do you mean you brought reinforcements? I don't like this. Ooh, ooh.
Cattle in this place. Need to stay calm. Remember the mission.
Oh, it's putting a number, isn't it?
Count to 4.
Yeah. Why was I pushed in and where's everybody else? Jesus.
The first day is tough, my friend. Clear to accept. It gets no easier than me. Now I can remember Nimir, how many weeks long, months maybe. Not many survive for long. I was fighting the Nazis in Africa. I held them back for a while. My, it didn't the luck. It was too strong. Now I just try to survive, day for day.
I kind of like this character.
I'm looking for a man called Set Roth.
I have heard of him. Survived in here longer than any other. He's in Block 4. Jay want to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're cherry picking. But then where are the rest of them going?
Look for a prisoner over there, by your right, dressed in a Block 4 uniform. Say now, Miss Milo. I heard his wife is quartered in our block. Maybe that will convince him to trade uniforms, Metyo. But they need to distract the guards first.
Nice.
Okay. Oh, what the hell? WASD or SAD. Okay. So. Oh, okay. It's telling me I did it wrong. So. No? It's not that. Hmm? It says lever. It blinks red at me. That's a button. So that's at the end. So then it's... Oh, whoops. Okay, I see. So don't hold it down, just tap it. And I'm guessing I just keep doing it. Oh. Him just leaning.
Milo, I know where they keep your wife.
What? Who are you?
I'm in the same block as her.
You sure?
Okay.
She's not dead.
Ooh, I feel bad if we find out that she's dead.
If you're willing to swap uniforms.
Because he wants to fight God. He's a barbarian now. What was he before?
Okay. Hurry.
How they do not notice this is kind of crazy.
Na, wie sieht's aus? Können wir wieder anfahren? Die Lager sind geschmolzen. Brauchen wir unten ein paar Mechaniker. Die kommen erst morgen wieder. Ja, dann machen wir Schluss für
What do you mean maintenance is in until tomorrow? What do you mean?
Aufgemerkte Feinde! Die Fabrik ist fertig geschlossen. Kehrt sofort in eure Quartiere.
That's only one of the stations down. But okay.
Einsatz vor Block 6 durch das blaue Tor.
I hope they find what they seek, my friend. My name is Bombate.
William J. Blazkowicz. Be safe out there.
Oh, what was that laugh? Oh, one at a time?
Heard of places like this.
What the fuck is that?
Buchenwald. From east to west.
It looks really stupid. A grinder on the front of some kind? Oh. Hello, indicator.
You have seen my daughter?
Set Roth.
Look at this Shimshin. So much muscle, a physique. What for combat?
You said Roth?
I'm not sure yet.
I'm not sure yet.
Doubt you should. Source of the Nazi technology.
Orc made machine. It does kind of look like one of the orc machines.
He's here to rescue me. Who will rescue him? And then, Gayavek Shimshin. Don't waste your time. I swore an oath to never betray the secrets of Das Yichud.
Oh, fuck your oath. People are dying. The resistance calls on you.
So it's a transaction of sorts, right? My personal freedom.
Oh boy, what are we gonna have to do for him?
I swore to keep. Sacrifice my honor on the altar of righteousness. Well, permit me a moment to consider, Shimshin. Here's my proposition to you. Aid me in closing this place down, and I will seat you and your comrades at the table of true power.
Deal.
I've been working on a little project. That machine there, it moves because of stolen Das Yichud technology. I know it very well. Now this. Don't look at this so bluntly.
Don't look too closely.
That machine leveled the gates.
Don't make it too obvious.
Everyone, I only miss one more part.
Name it.
He calls me Shamston, not. Oh, is he saying it? How it's said in like the what was it? The Torah? It's not Samson, it's Shamson. So he's referring to me as Samson, the invincible man, until his hair's cut.
Disable the automatic security systems monitoring the exits, you'll be able to make it into Block 6. I believe that there, at the guards' barracks, there's a control module. It controls the security systems. Find a way in. Locate the control module. Disable the systems and come back to me.
Okay, I'll do it. What are you doing over here, budding?
Hey, you are a big man. I can see you still have some strength.
Kill the knife.
A big guy like you, I would do something about.
We got Samsung in here, not Samsung. Schming schmung.
He's inside.
Schming schmung.
Likes to drag.
We gonna die? What do you mean we gonna die?
Seen the smoke rising from the chimneys afterwards.
I mean, hey, buddy, what are you doing up there? Oh, okay.
Oh, God. Stench in here.
Yeah. What is this? Oh, some armor. Okay, I guess. Do I get a scalpel? Oh. Oh, no. Okay. Got this no problem, do I? Do I?
Dachtest wohl, du könntest dich in mein Haus schleichen, was?
Immediately loses the armor. Okay.
Solche Dreistigkeit habe ich von Ungeziefern wie dir noch nie gesehen. Unglaublich.
You really think you're... Oh. You really think you're Death's Head himself, don't you?
Da denkt man wüsste, wie ein Insekt denkt.
Mm.
Was von ihm zu erwarten ist. Doch weit gefehlt.
Yeah, I feel like this is the knife. I'm guessing that's who this is.
Du erbärmliches Stück Scheiße.
If you say so.
Jede einzelne Kakerlake zertreten.
Yeah. 5 HP in a dream. This is my BJ goddamn Blazkowicz, and apparently I regenerate. Wow, what an idiot. Oh my god. See, is he just standing right there? Oh my god. He's blind! Bitch! You know, I did not realize that dog was there. I probably should have killed that dog first. Turn around. Don't turn around. Fucking stupid. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that overcharge. Pretty sure there was somebody that way, but... we don't have a map. Yeah, we'll go this way. Actually, I want to double check. Because... Is this the way we came in? This couldn't have been the intended way to do this? Which part? Think of stuff in Stream Streak, Jerry. How's that supervising going there, champ? Alright. I feel like this was the alternate route for people who didn't know how to get the drop on the knife. Is it? Is there another way to do this? Is there another way to do this level? Seemed like a bad plan. It definitely was not like part of the plan. We definitely were not supposed to get caught. Ooh. Oh shit, okay. Okay. Okay, I feel like that guy's gonna come pacing back this way, so I kind of want to wait and see if that's the case. Because if it is, then I can just wait till he paces back. Okay. Just go around this way. Yeah, sure, I'll take that. I'm supposed to get... Okay, I'm supposed to get caught by the knife? That makes sense. Also, hi, Scotty. Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein? Where'd he go? You go back down the hallway? Oh, did he not come down here? Okay, then. And here, we're gonna kind of tuck in here. Until the next time he paces. How are you doing, Scotty? How's your hump day? How's your wetness day? Windiness day? That shit doesn't say Wednesday. It says wetness day. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Go back the other direction. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Thank you for not screaming, sir. Hell yeah.
There. Done.
Okay then. Oh man. Ugh. Okay. Wetness D. Yeah, wetness D. Give me your helmet. Thank you. Oh, hi, buddy. Oh, you know what? I should have thrown a knife at him. Okay, is that guy gonna pace in a different direction? Or does he stay? I think he stays looking in that direction. Seems like he stays looking in that direction. Okay.
Control module for the security system.
Give me that. What is this? Croatian luxury resort best in test. SAG Group, November 7th, 1960. Just dying to get away from the away on a relaxing vacation. Then look no further than Croatia's finest luxury resort, the Mediterranean Pearl. The resort was listed as the world's best vacation spot in the latest issue of the #1 travel magazine, Ryzen. Mediterranean Pearl lies in the beautiful city of Rabac, by the clear blue Adriatic Sea, an area famous for its white pebble beaches. Button.
Security system disabled. Need to find set.
Hell yeah. I should probably hide the knife, shouldn't I? Okay, there we go. That's a lot of, yeah, that's a lot of strawberry jam. Taste my whip? This woman is like, I'm not gonna lie, this woman is not threatening at all. Oh, where is he? Also, why are there other sections that are just all cut off from each other? Are they they're purposely making it cramped, I'm guessing. At least. Oh, the trees. Okay. You're asking where BJ Blazkowicz hides the knife? Obviously between his butt cheeks. Where is he? Does she just sit on the speaker all day and brag about how great she is? Is that it? Prison wallet? No, it doesn't go inside. It's just between his butt cheeks. A la, like, that one Wonder Woman meme. Oh, let me go talk to her. Can I tell her that I...
You did the right thing, didn't you?
Hell yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to know what is right.
Gold dagger. Ooh.
Good thing. This I know.
Okay. Pre-record and played on loop? I don't know. She feels like the type that would just like to hear the sound of her own voice. freight lift? Just realized that. Oh, he's right here. Hey, buddy.
Sometimes we have to find other ways of resistance than violence. The slightest adjustment of the chemicals destabilizes the mixture. Structural soundness erodes, mold develops armor. Secure the systems. It's done. Wow.
Cheeks to the teeth for the knife? Yeah.
What's your name, Nikolai? Blazkowicz, yes, Blazkowicz. So, now the security systems are disabled. You can go past this gate, back through the factory, out the blue gate inside Block 6 where the command control building is located. Sneak inside, get the Detronic battery.
The Detronic?
Please act urgently before anyone notices what you have done. Herzlichai, Ingele.
What's that?
That's good luck.
Okay. Hello. Hello. I don't need luck. I got speed. How goes Marin killing again? Here I go, killing again. Maybe? Oh, it's opening the door.
Here we are. Camp Command building.
Wait, wasn't this supposed to be the other direction? No, it wasn't. This was connected. Okay, I went up onto the guard post. That's right. Take that. Did I hear chickens for a second? This feels like the direction we're supposed to go, but I want to go check the other direction real quick. That is a huge can of meat. Hello? Hello? God, what is up with these fucking trucks, dude? Okay, looks like we have to go up the side of the building then. How can you be so strict? And then look at the evidence. There's not a single ounce of dog food left in the area. Oh no. I mean, I have in fact eaten every bowl of dog food I've come across. Oh God, why is there blood up here? Being sneaky. We're being sneaky. I'm sticking to the... Yes, this is my first time playing. This is my first time ever playing a Wolfenstein game. Oh, were they leaves? It wasn't blood? Okay.
Battery has to be in here somewhere.
Okay, I wonder why... Speaking of dog food. Speaking of dog food. I see you sticking out of there. Okay. Hold on, let's check a thing real quick. Perks. Stealth? Still need 2 more kills with throwing knives. Silenced handgun. That's something we don't have. Still need to get handgun headshots. What are you? What are you? Huh.
Frau Engel's room. Can smell her perfume.
Okay, this is her office. Hello. Okay. What is this? Editorial: resistance cells reactivated. Many of us thought that almost after half a year of inaction, the terrorist cells close to or in Berlin had finally been wiped out. But with the escape of a key resistance member a few weeks ago, recent disturbing events point to 1 or more cells having been reactivated. The headless body of one of General Strauss's top commanders was found at the bottom of the river close to Gdynia, Poland, just 2 days ago. Maybe the 6 months of peace were just the calm before the storm. Oh, wasn't that the one that we... That's the one that was at, came to the asylum for us. Okay. Please tell me I get to kill the lady. Please. Ooh, hi, petting. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Die. Oh, I should have thrown a knife at him. I keep forgetting to... Oh, I fucked that one up. I'm glad you do get to pick up the knives, though, after you throw them. That's good. You're homing soon. I mean, Carrie being a homing missile kind of makes sense. Okay. I'm a little glad throwing knives are, like, extremely lethal. Oh! Oh, there's two of them looking at each other. Okay. Most important thing, let's go see if there's a Nazi we can kill in the bath. Oh, we can't open that. Never mind. I was gonna say, we're gonna kill him on the toilet. It'll be funny. I've already forgot what I was looking for. You know what? That's probably the important direction I need to go, but we're gonna go... Wonder what Hugo Boss is doing in this timeline? Making millions. Because there's another staircase here. Let's also check the desk, because we haven't done that here. Degenerate killer duo executed today. Crowds gathered in the street and squares laughed. City Square laughed, cheered with the degenerate serial killer duo who executed today on live TV. I feel so much safer now knowing those two animals are no longer around, said one of the onlookers. A friend of mine was killed by those bastards, shouted another man. If nothing else, is a valuable lesson to other degenerates out there that justice will eventually find them. Sure. Locker? Aha! It doesn't look like I can open every desk in here. Milk? Wait, did I just take a carton of milk? I will take that knife, though. Oh, here, let's check what the next perk is. Stealth kills from... Oh, 20! Jesus. That's the handgun. That's unknown. Okay. And then we still need... Yeah, we still need to kill 3 more dogs. Because I was not able to stealth kill them before. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, there's the hound. I missed. Oh. Oh, shit. That's fine. God damn it, do the execution, BJ. It's okay, everybody else was dead. Give me this fucking head. Hi, more secrets. I'm really finding a lot of secrets this time around. Ugh. Ugh. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, I got my knife back, okay. A butt counter? No, because then it would be absolutely massive. Because if you counted every time I said, like, anyway, okay, but we'd all be dead by the end of the stream. Oh, no, not an interactable. Wait, is she Death's Head's kid? That makes sense, methinks. Oh! What the fuck? Stupid. Oh, is this what powers? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that shocked the absolute shit out. Oh! Put on a rubber glove, stupid. Oh god, does she recognize this now? Oh. Ah, yes, because collective punishment always works. Sure, it always works.
What were you thinking, you stupid idiot?
I mean, it was kind of stupid for us to grab what was definitely sparking.
You have it!
So I'm guessing this is an execution machine. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, yes. 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 Let's go. Oh, she's not dead. What did it do?
You're crying. You will die like vermin. I will hunt you down. To the end of the earth, I will fight you.
Yeah, you can say that all you want.
Shard. Your fats rendered. Your kind exterminated.
Define your kind.
Feed your flesh to the furnace.
Just kill her, robot. Come on. She's gonna come back, isn't she? Okay, but that was a metal handcuff. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
We return to the camp. Open the garage door, steal a vehicle, and crash through the gate. Let's go.
Okay. Fire rockets. C to switch to chain gun. Okay. Come on, swap. There we go. Oh, it swapped right back. Why are you not swapping to the missiles? Oh, also, Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. Video. No? Nothing? There's nothing for screen shake? Because this is unbearable. Ow. Wait, it said I had 6. Why aren't you dying? Ow. Oh, I do have health. I see it now. Ow. So these things have shields now? Why won't you die? Okay, now I gotta defend it. It is very funny that they all just stop shooting at me. Oh, I'm regenning. Neat. Although, am I picking up these pieces instead? Is that what I'm doing? Oh, of course.
I'm opening the gates, Mr. Blazkowicz! Protect them, Mr. Blazkowicz!
Am I supposed to get out? How did you guys get up there? Why is so much shit exploding? Oh, because this guy's here. Jesus. Hello? Oh, there you are. Wait, you're still not down? Is there another? Take down all the cover. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we can exit. Yeah, there's a lot of noise going on. To the truck. Okay. Hey, is that our boy? Uh-oh.
No one leaves my cat.
How the fuck can you walk? Very Michael Bay coded. Yeah, that sounds like Wolfenstein.
What? I might have underestimated the usefulness of your ape-like physique, Mr. Blazkowicz.
That you should. Tell me, what is it?
The radio going.
Yichud is an ancient mystical society.
Sure, mystical. Sure, if you want to go with that.
What do? Do you pray?
No.
Have you taken your overstimulant stay here? Let me help.
The technology developed by Das Yichud is centuries ahead of anything you've ever seen.
I don't really believe that.
Highly dangerous in the wrong hands.
Okay, but why have you never used it?
They stole our secrets. They used them to win the war. Everything they have accomplished, everything was built upon our knowledge. But
okay. But did you ever actually build these things? Or like...
We have hundreds of them hidden in the secret places of
the secret places? The secret places? Oh, we can find out Shangri-La exists. Also, I love Caroline's jacket.
Great halls of knowledge stacked high, magnificent inventions, things that to you will seem like magic.
Alright, so we're gonna go get Laura Croft, right?
I can open for you the gates to such a place. Getting there will be a challenge.
What will it take?
Well, the safekeep is hidden deep below the Atlantic Ocean.
The safekeep?
A U-boat. Capable of great depths, that's all.
Then how the y'all had a fucking U-boat before, didn't you?
Are you off your head, man?
Or just a tiny pod.
I know how to get a U-boat, but for my
Also,
plan,
nobody's gonna comment on him just picking that whole thing up.
you do it.
I'm a Das Yichud engineer. I can do this in my sleep.
Good. We would need some additional features on it too. I will prepare a specification for you. Blazkowicz, help him out, sir, if you'd be so kind.
Okay, we're gonna have to go get parts and stuff, aren't we?
Sehr good, sehr good.
Welding equipment.
Look, Mr. Blazkowicz, I will need some welding equipment, please.
Sit.
Yes.
I'm trying to...
Oh, hey, you're still alive. Holy shit, dude.
Doing in this organization of yours? Was it some kind of supernatural engineering?
We don't believe in things supernatural.
Then why did you call yourself mystical?
Das hier is it's a philosophy. It is a way of understanding God through knowledge. It is based on...
Okay, where would I find welding equipment? The hangar? Hi, Pontos. I'm not gonna take your beans. You can have your beans. You're good. We have been a gopher this whole game. You are correct.
You still got it, old man.
Okay. All right. Okay. I guess these people are just here now. I don't know how we snuck them in.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's just my wedding ring. It's gone. I'm always so clumsy.
Oh god, how the fuck are we gonna find her wedding ring? My guess is that she lost it in like a sink, so...
Someone's been studying up on helicopters.
I'm gonna go look in some sinks. Like, you know, the kitchen sink. Or...
Help Set locate any part he might need, okay?
Pot? No, not pot. Self-care. Hi, Wizlock. Maybe self-care. Set Parath. Boo! Okay. Let's go up here. How you doing, buddy? What? Alright, anything to think? Nope. Damn it. Damn it. Hi, Max.
Max Haus?
Max. You probably don't have it. That's the sleep bed. Philomena. Reinhold.
Captain Blazkowicz.
Wait.
Thank you.
Isn't this the Anne that we were just talking to downstairs?
I had lost her. I have lost so much.
Okay, this is Milo, the one that we... She was just downstairs. What the fuck? Okay. How are you doing, Esteban? I feel like it wouldn't be... If you lost a ring, it wouldn't be in somebody else's room. It would be... Oh.
In the hangar. Bet he's tinkering with them helicopters.
Ah, okay, yeah. I was right. That's where the welding stuff is probably going to be. Alright, public spaces. It's not here. Where would the ring be? Can somebody do a version of the Max Verstappen song, but it's fucking Max Haas?
It's all thanks for that big guy.
What are y'all talking shit? Wait, y'all are the same people. Or at least you were. Pretty sure you were inside. Hello? 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 Caesar? Oh, there he is. What are you doing, Tekla?
Me for answers, are you? I have answers, you ape.
Why do you call me an ape? Well, I'm huge. Okay, I mean, that's fair.
Meaningful answers.
Okay, but are you gonna tell any of us what they mean?
Which would make you want to lay down on your back and surrender. Most of which would put a pit in your stomach.
Okay, but why? Do.
What do you want, Blazkowicz?
The welding equipment?
You seen it? No, I don't think so.
Oh, wait a minute. No, you're right, you're right. I was meaning to sort out the railing over by the secret fountain entrance. Fucking thing fell out of my hand into the water.
Oh, shit.
A bit busy at the moment, but you want the welder, you go right on ahead and start swimming. The door to the secret fountain entrance is in the main room behind the table. Go over there and you should find the welder somewhere down in the water somewhere.
Okay. I guess. Back to the main room. This is mad audio splicing so you can have just Haas. Hey, buddy.
Sorry, pal. Don't mean to, derail your train of thought, but I need to get through that door.
Doug, please. What I think about, I'd rather not think about.
That bad, huh?
Jay would think that when Jay seen what I have, your mind would break like an egg.
I mean, I think you've missed.
Or maybe it has begun already and I just don't know it.
World changing. No matter who you are or what you're made of. Thing is, you and me, we just gotta ride the whirlwind. Make it through to the other side.
And kill all the Nazis?
And kill all the Nazis.
Yeah.
Give you a celebration veneer that time comes.
You're on.
Weren't they supposed to be like tucked in? Weren't they tucked in last time? Of course. Make sure I actually change the mode. Okay. Oh, of course. Of course, I have to swim. Oh. Her newborn's in her arms. What?
Ich konnte wegen des Lärms nebenan eine Weile nicht einschlafen. Am nächsten Morgen waren sie weg. Was haben sie getan? Keine Ahnung. Ich wüsste nicht was. Wir dürfen nicht auffallen. Nur eine verdorbene Frucht und der ganze Korb ist
It just takes one bad fruit to spoil the whole basket? Yeah, because collective fucking punishment is stupid. And only makes you a terrible person. Okay. Oh, hell. So... ladder over there. Okay. Anything down here that I can pick up? Doesn't look like it. True, very true. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Okay. I don't think I can jump up there. Oh shit. That's fine. Swim faster, damn it, Blazkowicz. So we got the charge. Door? Not real door. Ah. Guess we're not close enough. Still not close enough. Maybe I was supposed to jump up there? I don't think I can get on top of that. Yeah, that's what I thought. The primary fire? Oh, okay. So if I do this... Ah! Neat. They want to spread it to everyone in Berlin. What? Ayo, suicidal biological warfare? Ingrid? Hello? Oh god, I'm getting armor. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit, no, don't slide down. Oh, please tell me those things aren't going to come out of there. Please tell me I didn't just stumble into like one of the holding cells for those big Hulk things. Oh, this didn't actually charge. Hope you find that ring. Is it around here? Better fucking not. Oh, why is it giving me armor? Why is it giving me armor? What the fuck? Oh, this is gonna be a fight, isn't it? I'm gonna leave that there until we kind of need it. Oh, we're gonna have to fight one of those things again. Oh no. Good morning. Ooh, it's already empty. Take it as much as we can. Okay. Oh, hey! Oh, whoops. Oh well. I'll take that now. So there's just cells of these things still left underground? Fuck was that? Oh! Oh, of course. Officer, officer.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Thank you for the vinyl. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Okay. There's a lot of just abandoned shit down here that still looks weirdly good. And the fact that there's the pods of Frankenmen still hiding under Berlin. And it was like 100 yards away? That's fucking crazy.
Work for a lousy welder. Next time you go get it, Fergus.
I don't think Fergus would be able to fight those things. We still also haven't found the wedding ring. Where's the goddamn wedding ring? Is it in the toilet? Flush the toilet. Okay.
Seems to be in order.
Okay, go check the upstairs one. Moving, moving, moving. What's the time for me? What do you mean? Oh, oh. Aha, I knew it. Ow. You ever go down the stairs so hard you take falling damage? No, I don't want to take that to him just yet. I guess we'll go back to where they were up here. Which I think they were in here. No. Where was she? Hi, Fergus. You okay, buddy? Trying to read? It's okay, I understand. Suspend your disbelief? Never. Never. You have to make it as convincing to me as possible. Oh, there she is.
My lord. You found it.
Hey, gold vase. Neat. Health upgrades. What the fuck? Where do I... The health upgrades are just around? I've literally only got one. Shit. We're also missing a piece of mail and... I mean, if it's multiple times in here, it could literally be anywhere. It's the dog food? The dog food is not the health upgrade. It's the soldier statues. There's the letter. Here, do I dare do this the annoying way and just kind of like stare at things and wait for them to flicker? You're going to bed? It's 23:40. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Have a good night, Tuka. Thank you for hanging out. Okay. Like, I'm guessing these things could be literally anywhere. Tucked into any nook and cranny. I've literally got only a single health upgrade this entire game. Oh, I can't get on the bed to look behind the door. Moose. And a cap. Hi, Max. Hello. Okay. Oh, another Chinese one. Another threat approaches. Proud moment for the Republic of China and the People's Liberation Army as the Japanese are pushed back into Hubei province. Hubei? Yet from the north, another dark menace approaches at a swift pace. The German army has overthrown the brave Russian Empire and is now moving towards China. During a rousing speech earlier today, the chairman spoke of his faith in the Chinese people. A unified China cannot be defeated, he said. A unified China cannot be conquered. A unified China will never surrender. Well, we already know that they did give up, or at least at some point, the Nazis had control of the Great Wall. I don't think I'm going to be able to find the whatchamacallit. The soldier thing. Let's just give him the shit.
Oh, Isha Koach, Shimshon, Isha Koach. That's all I need. Or actually, would you deliver this note to Anya? She will need the frequency of the transponder to track the thing.
Like I'm the goddamn errand boy.
Y'all are 10 feet from each other.
William. Do you have a moment?
Everybody's in the room, Anya. Everybody's here.
Schon wieder mit dieser Unsinn. Mein Gott, was ist nur los mit diesen Leuten?
That's the pantry. There's an empty bedroom upstairs.
Always.
God, you'll have no decorum.
William, believe it.
We're leaving.
But not today.
Listen to my voice, Blazkowicz.
All right, so what is that? What's our sex counter up to for this game? 2?
The intestinal tracts of the city. And and deeper below, the Berlin catacombs.
I don't think Berlin has catacombs.
The most secure site in all Berlin. The central munition stockpile of the Nazi regime.
Oh.
The things we could do with those weapons. Riot. We revolt. This access route is waterlogged. Impenetrable to outsiders. There's only one way to breach across the perimeter. It's a tunnel glider. The Nazis use them for maintenance down there. We've been trying for years to bring it up to working order.
Tunnel glider?
Phase of the plan to gain access to Set's underwater safekeep. Use the tunnel glider to find a way into the weapons depot in the Berlin catacombs.
Nah, just leaves.
Agree to track your position
Just
on the
leaves.
transponder and provide tactical support. Good luck there, Blazkowicz.
Oh, okay.
William, can you hear me? You have to make your way all the way through the sewer tunnels and into the
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, but where's the... There? I would like... Jesus. Oh, my God. I better not get combat in this thing, because this sucks ass.
You might have to exit the tunnel glider to neutralize obstacles in your way. Don't lose track of the tunnel glider. It's your only source of oxygen.
I was a kid. The red tide was rising. Went in the water on account of disobeying father. Felt like my skin was on fire. Like my skin was on fire.
Why did you say that twice?
You are right underneath the Eisenwald prison now. Caroline told me a few inmates tried to escape through the sewer system with some valuables a few years ago. They didn't make it very far.
All this statue down here. Right. Oh, it doesn't look like it can fit. Okay, let's go sing. Let me in.
Some areas might be too narrow for the tunnel glider. You may have to swim.
Pull out the gun.
From the pond by the stables. Came out covered in leeches.
Oh! I'm stuck.
Crazy. Filthy leeches.
Okay. Yeah, they're using like gyroscope controls.
William, I have something I want to tell you. I've been reading this diary my grandmother gave me. It's my cousin Ramona's diary. She used to work with us at the asylum. She's dead now, but she had many secrets inside of her, and there was no one she could trust to keep them.
Hello?
So she wrote them all down. I will radio the diary entries to your audio log. If you find the time, you can listen.
God damn it. Doesn't look like there's anything in here worth messing with, so dive, dive, dive. Why are you tilting like that? Also, you see my head doing the, like, this and this? It's because I'm actually tilting my head.
The section you are in now, it's been out of commission for a long time, but some machinery might still be manually operable.
Alright, ladder. That was weird. They're having fucking sex then again. They're fucking in the pantry. Ah, I see. Splash. Jesus.
Many water in my days. None as cold as this.
Turn. And I'm gonna guess there's gonna be another handle? Or... Let's go take a look.
The deep basin was used to regulate overflow. You will have to find a way to the other side.
Okay. I didn't realize it was actually heading in the right direction. Hello. Hello. Oh. Bomb raid on Berlin. 43. RAF bomb raid damaged multiple residential quarters in central Berlin last night. The raid caused large fires with some witnesses describing a sea of flames engulfing several houses. Jesus. Just keeps giving me more. There's armor over there. Shit. Oh, well, maybe I'll be able to get it in a minute. Anything hiding back? Hello.
Mechanism to fill the basin with water. It will have to be all the way to the top for you to swim across.
Okay. Oh. Hell yeah, map. And I apparently have a pistol. Did not realize I had that. Jeez, come on. Oh, there it is. Let's go up real quick and then we'll try and get that armor. Okay, yeah, it's still sitting on the bottom. How's your day? It's going all right, Sora. Oh, what the hell? 100 armor. Where's my... There it is. Okay. Through here. Oh, shit. I hit E. I hit E out of habit because my brain was like, oh, spaceship controls. Star Citizen. Actually, hold on. I am curious about that door. Yeah, we're gonna go over there. We're gonna go try to get those files. Which I'm half assuming is the Enigma codes. Hello. Excuse me. How long will it take for Ubisoft to go under? God, not soon enough. Because they ain't learning any of their lessons with every piece of shit game that they put out. I did this the hard way. Paddle faster, Blazkowicz. Paddle faster! Alright, let me up.
Well done, William. This is as far as the tunnel glider will take you. Through the last section, you will have to swim. The catacombs are close.
I feel like jumping to that is a bad idea, so let's... Whoop! Spleesh. Oh!
Across Forney Lake on a bed over 10 soldiers. It wasn't as dark as this.
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, I literally can't change. Okay, hold on. Come on. Jesus Christ. I am being pushed, apparently. Oh, I'm blacking out. Swim, idiot. I'm sitting here holding shift. Oh! Oh. I see. I don't think I want to follow that too closely. Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. I'm sure that's fine. Okay. Anything in here? Anything behind here? No. 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 Random diary entry, please. Thank you. Hello. Is there gonna be more? There's gonna be more, isn't there? No? I also have some serious concerns about... Actually, hold on. It feels like there was stuff up here. Should I go that way or let's go this way? Because this looks... Swim, damn it!
Age 19.
Cranking W.
Dove down the well to salvage Father's watch, but it wasn't as deep as this.
Dove down a well? That was weirdly broken, but okay. A drop down of some kind. Opens from the other side.
William, directly above you are the catacombs. There's an elevator that can take you right into the weapons depot.
Whoever made the fucking sound for receiving a diary entry is the worst. Ooh. Ooh. Stop shocking yourself, numbnuts. Jesus.
Excellent, Captain Blazkowicz. You are now inside the weapons depot. This is the second phase of the plan to gain access to sets underwater safety.
Terrain.
These munitions stock there is a cargo train.
Strobe.
The train is packed full. Small arms, artillery shells, torpedoes, and such for...
Again, I also have no idea how to use reflex.
We'll steal this train. Small arms victories strengthen our fighters, but the real target is securing the torpedo delivery. This will allow you to board and seize control of a Nazi U-boat. But first things first, steal the train.
Okay.
Locate the train and drive it to the abandoned underground train station north of there. Our people will be waiting for you at the station. Klaus will give you further details on the ground.
Oh, duh. I did it on the first try. God damn it! Fuck you, Ramona. Oh. And it's getting further away. Perk unlocked. There's probably drop off in this game, right? Oh. Are you fucking serious? No drop off. Okay, I guess we're gonna go steal that in a second. There's no way there's two commanders and one soldier, right? Ooh, hey, don't mind if I do. Oh. You know, I should have actually used the knife on him. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. Check the corners. Don't mind if I do. Recharge this. I use that. That's probably fine. Everything else is probably fine. Alright, we're 5 minutes from the ad break. That's good. Fork in socket, go Bert. Stop it. May have an electrocution fetish. I don't know if it's a fetish or if it's just... Yeah, I don't think he's bright enough. Alright, although I think this lever is actually just to... Oh, you're fucking joking. Oh, wrong button. Oh, so you guys are utilizing the big dudes now. I see how it is. Super sold in 1960. Actually did not want to take that. Oh, ammo? How you doing, buddy? Actually, you know what? Let's go recharge this. I should have known. Oh, hey, I missed that earlier. Glad I came back. Tech. Hi, Blicky. How are you doing? Okay. Where can I... Let's see if we can open this again. You think another one's gonna come out? No, it's a room full of... Ooh, supplies. Put it all the way up. You think it'll stay up? Oh, shit. That's fine. Are those guns up there? Well then. Let's go take a peek around. I kind of think I'm over searching the area, but you never know. Oh my. I definitely want to now. There's a lot of them out there. Okay, so I can't actually crouch into there for some reason. Well then. Yeah, I guess that was it. I guess they was kind of half expecting me to fuck it up and like alert those guys and it was going to get much worse. But I did in fact not do that. And there's a lot of these repair things. Oh, excuse me. Hup. It's also the fact that there's so many breakable boxes. Excuse me.
Orientation. There should be a control room nearby that will allow you to manipulate the switch.
I should have gone through the back door there. Oh, damn it. All right, we gotta go the long way. Son of a bitch. Shouldn't have jumped down. Shouldn't have jumped down. It's so short, right? Is it short? Is it? I feel like you're messing with me. Feel like you're messing with me. Gun. I mean, they're giving me a lot of shit.
Our ground team is in position by the abandoned train station north of your location, William. They will meet you when you get there.
Oh! Fuck. Oh, I fucking knew it. Shit. Oh, man. Oh, wait. All right, you're gonna be right outside the door. Ow! Ow! I clicked the wrong button. Oh, god damn it. Oh, was the ad break about to start? All right, hold on. Ad break's about to start. So, right? Okay, yeah, ad starting soon. Ad starting soon. So, let me put some stuff away, get the game out for y'all, and I'm gonna go nibble on some of my leftover lunch. I got a salad this morning that I'm gonna go nibble on. So, we'll be back in a couple minutes. I'll give you the music shortly. Don't burn anything down. That's illegal. Oh. Huh. My interface isn't working. Hold on a second. XLR. Okay, should be working now. There we go. Sunstar? What did you do? What did you do? Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Sunstar? Retro locks in when it's iPad time, and y'all didn't help them? You didn't carry hard enough, Sunstar. How could you? How could you? All right, let's put this away. No more music. No more games. It's time to kill some Nazis. All right. I should have known when there was so much shit up here. Alrighty then.
Our ground team is positioned by the abandoned train station north of your location, William.
The game got suddenly really quiet in my ears. I already see you, Chuckle Funks. Hold on. Oh, I don't have my marksmanship rifle. That's fine. Oh, of course there's two. One down. Two down. Anyone else? Before the big bitch shows up. Nope, there he is. You doing, dweeb? I saw that goofy ass combat roll. Ooh. Oh, hi. Oh, now I can go in here. Hello. Oh, hey, all of these respawned. I'm sure this will be fine. Oh no, they respawned, but there's nothing inside them now. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Okay. Give me that. There he is. Oh, stuck. That's fine. That's fine. Where'd you go, buddy? Okay, hold on. We're gonna go... What is the best way to... Go this way. Oh, I saw you, little foot soldier. Oh god, there's another one. I have an idea. Oh, out of ammo. Woo! Okay, where'd the other guy go? Alright, big guy. Oh, there's another one back there. Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, come on. I don't want to get stuck in here again. There better not be another one on this side. Okay, we're good. Go down. Thank you. damn it. Okay. Ooh. Okay. That worked out. Did not want to pick those up. I wanted to pick up the armor and all these other dudes' ammo. Okay. I didn't want to pick that up either. Put it back. Okay. Can I leave now? Is there anyone else? Let's go ahead and recharge this. I have this grenade. Okay. I think we're good. Oh, I gotta go around. Okay. I have stolen the train. I'm sure this will be fine. Hi, Max. Wait, y'all are bringing Max? I shouldn't bring Max.
Clean? Anyone following you? No. No? What do you mean, no? Yes?
I have a friendly face. Delivers to the Nebeliad. Alles in Ordnung, Horst?
What do you mean, no? Yes?
Viele Kisten, sonst merken die, dass etwas nicht stimmt.
Ja.
They supply the torpedoes to all the Nazi U-boats in Europe.
You will hide in the torpedo.
Horst
Will slip it back into main supply. And you will wake up on a U-boat for breakfast time. Once we have a U-boat, we take it to Set's secret safekeep, yeah? Sailors.
That looks like a terrifying contraption y'all are pulling out of that torpedo. That's a shotgun.
I'll fuck the pig, you just hold the ears.
Okay, Carrera John. Get in the torpedo. Once you board the U-boat, patch this thing into the communication.
Am I going in with just the
Raise
shotgun?
antenna buoy. We need radio contact.
I don't think you can one-man operate a U-boat. And also, how do you make the outside releasable from the inside?
Too far out of reach. For now, I just missed
Payload or engine block? Probably both. Do I just let myself out now? Oh boy. Ooh! Shrapnel upgrade. Afternoon, officer. God, y'all's helmet looks so stupid. Oh! What the fuck is your head doing? Y'all saw that, right? Stand up. What you doing? Isn't there one more up here? Oh, it's the shrapnel that's doing that. Jesus. Oh, I have two different kinds of ammo now for it. Okay. Give me that map. What do we got? This can't be a U-boat, can it? This has to be like the station or something. Come on. Oh, I missed. Give me the armor. Give me, that's not a letter. Give me that helmet. Okay, we're about to have to swap to, whoops. Wow, all of these Enigma codes just kind of chilling here. More grenades. Hello. Ammo. Okay. Hello! Twitch buffering hella hard. Ooh. I haven't dropped any frames. The fairly from Nazis, sure. Sure. Fairly essentially equates to, we'll kill you nice and easy, like. Okay, we're still getting Ramona diary entries. What the fuck is this? That's somebody else shooting. You on the other side? Oh, of course. Oh, actually, here, have one of these. Oh, just donk right on the head. Here, have another one. Y'all still aren't dead. So it looks like you guys have shrapnel ammo that I want. Go down. Go down. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there's another hallway. Ooh, I'm hurting. Ooh, I'm hurting. Nah, it's not that useful. Can I do this? Get some headshots in here. Come on. Okay. Apparently none of those kind of headshots. Hello? Hello? Maxed out. Oh. Where's my shotgun? Swap you. Give me the grenades. Not usable. That went great! No health? Apparently no health. Okay. Okay. Ooh. I want that. Oh, shit. I immediately just lose a chunk of health falling. Damn it. Oh, shit. Stop falling. Stop falling! God damn it. Give me this. Let's see. Yeah. More diary entries. That still kind of startled me. Ooh. Oh, hey, buddy. Okay. Okay, we'll probably have to go through that. That seems to be the only direction. Oh, I should have known that I was just gonna draw. Fuck me. Okay. I do need that. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, of course. Of course, you're right here. Die, damn it. Thank you. Anybody else think like navy hats are kind of cute? Like the little fold hats. Buddy, the combat slide is not doing you any favors. Oh, one's coming in after me. Oh, hi. Okay. Okay, why did it just get deeper? Oh, it's another shotgun guy. Here, I have a present for you. Because I'm sure using grenades on the inside of a U-boat is a genius idea. Oh, shit. I should not do that. Oh my god, he just unloaded on me. Jesus. Fuck, we gotta do that again. And of course, it's before the drop down. Stop it. I need you to die. Why won't you go down? Thank you. Oh, you know what I should have used? This. I should have used, well, not this form. Okay. I saw you there. Oh, hi. Oh, had a charge. Wasn't there a charge station? Oh no, it was over here, wasn't it? 12 ammo. Oh, here, we got a decent chunk of ammo here. Hi, guys. Okay. That's all of it changing. New wave. Take this. Take all this. Oh, that's the other shotgun guy. Shit. Reload you. Give me this. Come on, charge fast. Oh, I'm stuck. Give me that real quick. Jesus. Oh, he's above me. Holy shit. Swap this real quick. Ow, ow, no, 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 no. Ah, shit, I'm not reloading. Oh, come on! Why doesn't he ever have to reload? I have no idea. I have no idea who did the music for this game, nor do I care. Because 90% of the bigger magazine, my ass. We steal the same guns. Oh, that is not at all what I wanted. A grenade. I have another. Oh, I only have the one grenade. just right there. Okay, I should really be using this more on these shotgun guys. Because it seems to work best on armored dudes. They're right above me, aren't they? Oh shit! Oh, grenade. Woo! Grab this real quick. Are they saying advancing on position? Where is he? Shooting me. Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, he gave me some shrapnel ammo.
That's that. Gotta plug in Klaus's radio thingamajig. See if my people are on the airwaves. Ah, the antenna buoys. Buoy. Silly word.
Buoy? I agree. I like buoy as the word. Okay, that's much better. Is there anything else I can take? Because I feel like shit's gonna hit the fan again. Ah, yes, that'll be useful. Make sure everything's locked and loaded. I like that there's apparently, there's two different belt-fed shotgun slots. Okay. Well, it's usually when you're thinking quietly to yourself.
Cat's in the bag.
Okay. Are we gonna, is there gonna be more to this? Or have I wiped out the entire population of this?
We are inbound. Tracking your signal.
A helipad. How big are these things?
So what you have here, Captain Blazkowicz? This is the Eva's Hammer, the crown jewel of the Nazi U-boat fleet. There's a nuclear cannon on this boat. Correction. Our nuclear cannon.
Oh. So we basically just took their biggest U-boat.
Backbone on this here magnificent fucking U-boat, Captain. I'll give him that. Took the decryption keys to the nuclear cannon to his grave. It won't fire? Well, not the nuclear warheads, no.
Oh, are we picking through the bodies that we just spit out of the ship now?
Down Death's throat. So let's find decryption keys. The actual physical nuclear decryption keys are not kept on planet Earth. They're stored at the Nazi lunar base. U-boat captains are required to learn them by heart. Well, the lunar base is the most secure facility the Nazis have. It's where they do all their top secret research these days. What's your point?
I'm sorry. Are we just glossing over that? That lore drop?
My father taught me this rhyme as a child. There are many other songs for different places. I know cock-a-doodle-doo.
You fancy that'll open something? You should move out of the way. Move. Oh, fuck me in the head.
Well, I guess that explains the whole trench thing.
Can you feel the earth trembling?
And the rest of this is gonna be easy, right?
Step inside.
Why the fuck? I have so many questions. And none of this makes any sense. This makes as much sense as Assassin's Creed's lore.
I tell you, I have waited for this moment. There was many among us. I wanted to even the balance of the
Not magic my fucking ass. Not magic my fucking ass.
Some were exiled, some succeeded. Yeah, we have begun to transfer much knowledge to the governments who fought the Nazis, and there was hope. For a time, there was hope. Still the Nazis...
Okay, but why didn't you just do the whole, you know, knowledge dump?
I remember when the Das Juchid would gather in places like this, it was flaming.
Why are you walking like that?
The channels of nature was open, but now...
You're the only one walking like that, my man.
I think we may be the last to visit.
Still almost can't ended with a firefight in an alternate dimension? Of course. Of course.
Blah, 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 blah. Bobby Meister, just step inside, yeah? There's a transition chamber, the main hall.
Wait, what do you mean, warning?
Yeah, warning, the instructions are old and faded. Let's go.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. Okay. I'm sure that's fine.
I'll cover the rear, all right?
I'm sure that was a button. Are you sure? You're telling me that was a button? Don't take your helmet off so soon. How did you get out of your suit so fast there, bud?
Sophia's a very, very good place. Powerful.
I don't think it's a good idea to take the suit off, guys. This has always been Indiana Jones level realism, I guess.
Christ! What the hell is this thing?
This is
just shoved over.
the secret vault out there. Now first, we need
Up there. Oh.
magnetic fields and create an entryway. Now this machine here, it controls the electromagnetic fields. Yes. Okay, are you ready, Ingele? 1, 2, 3, go!
Oh. Show me your laser weapon, please. Oh.
There. This is Das Juchid prism to make your laser beam attuned to the proper frequency. And you should be able to
Did they change the voice actor midway through this game?
You see them? It's up there.
He doesn't sound the same as he did earlier.
I will work to get this thing going.
What kind of place is this?
This is an ancient place.
Am I shooting these?
It built places like this before medicine knew of the comet.
Is there a way to charge it? No. Okay. Oh shit, there it goes. Oh, hey. Oh, god damn it! Okay. Better recharge it. What the fuck was that? BJ! Wait. Oh. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, Jesus. FPS always insists on having some platforming and only Dying Light does it well due to the parkour. Yeah. Doer. A man of action, less a man of words. Okay.
And now we ascend.
This is the dumbest staircase ever. I don't even know what to call it. Again, Ramona's diary. I feel like I should be reading Ramona's diary, but I really don't want to. I enjoyed Doom Eternal's platforming. Well, at least you had dashes and stuff in Doom. Oh, and these are a bunch of the parts that we saw before. Robot. Yoink.
Gentlemen.
Like, these were all the things that they had in...
Go ahead, look around. Anything that is useful to you, you may take just a matter. You are in a sacred space. Oh, I got it.
Hello, Mark.
Aww.
Thanks ever so much for the new socks. They're right warm and a snug fit.
Is this another gold thing? It is. The prism. Oh, maybe it goes here? No. I say there's one like empty spot for some reason. For some reason. This is a puzzle. This is a puzzle, isn't it? 5 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, let's try pushing the jar thing first.
Roger. I'm sufficiently impressed.
Okay, so that's not right. So is it this first? Then we work our way down? Oh, okay. So then let's try this. And then this? Yeah. And then the jar looking thing. And then this coil. Is that it? Interact.
Come in.
Oh, I just put the prism in there.
What you got, Caroline?
We have a lead on those decryption keys for the nuclear cannon. Anya, it's a troop transport train recalled from the African front. On board is the chief research scientist for the latest generation super soldaten program. He's leaving for the Nazi lunar base tonight to oversee the launch of the new super soldaten.
We intercept the troop transport train, locate the chief research scientist, steal his identity, and use it to permit Blazkowicz to take his seat on the lunar shuttle. Once you're at the lunar base, you need to find the nuclear decryption keys and bring them back to Earth.
Oh, good lord. We're stealing a commander's identity?
Transport train.
No, that was just the dodecahedron.
Gibraltar Bridge.
Okay, yeah, okay, but how?
Set. Any ideas?
We can use this one. This is very, very powerful. Where in English you can call it, I mean, how's it? Spindly torque. You
Gyroscope?
drop this in front of the train. This will stop anything.
Excellent. Leave right away. That third train is en route.
Fuck me. I know what you're thinking, Blasco. No chance. I'm keeping this thing.
You give that to Caroline.
Wait, we're just skipping over the power armor? Oh, okay. How long is this mission? How many trains do we get to fuck up?
Going down the pike!
Ooh. Oh, okay. Now I get spindly torque.
I don't know, Captain. Par for the course, innit? Mayhem and destruction like what you always do. It's just you doing you. Caroline, you there? That train's going nowhere. I'm gonna drop off the crazy American. He's got that angry look on him again.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, Blasco, see that railway wagon marked number 6, dangling over the edge like a bungled up horse's head on a broken neck?
Oh, hey, look, there's Betty hanging out down there.
That's its chief research scientist should be outside. I'll drop you off at the nearest safe spot. You head for that nautical wagon, right?
Oh, of course we're gonna have to fight our way through the fucking train.
Go on, Blasco, going out there! You shoot those Nazis, Blasco. Head towards the dangling nautical railway.
That is the second Nazi we got to see a rock drop on.
William, in accordance with protocol, Death's Head's chief research scientist will be wearing an all-white uniform. All right, Laskovich, finds a Nazi with a white uniform.
How long is this mission? Oh, hi.
That's your ticket to Luna Base. He will be in one of the train cars there.
What do we got? African mortality rate 100% since war. Conducted by committee appointed by a beloved leader has found that the mortality rate in Northern Africa has dropped by 100%. Wait, what? Study notes that the change of regimes in the region, the introduction of decent German values contribute extensively to this phenomenal change. Southern Africa remains a chaotic spawning ground for terrorists and anarchists. Uh-huh. Right. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, I should have known. Okay. Ooh, shotgun. Okay. So now we're getting the meat and potatoes of a lot of shit. Bitch. Doesn't seem like that did anything. I don't like that.
Can't see the nautical wagon anymore. So look up and head in the general direction of the spindly torque. Should get you closer to the target.
You know, I could drop down there, but... Woo! Alright, I do want those. I do very much want those. Give me that. Another paper. Transforming Sahara into a green paradise. Gleaming silver monoliths when flying overhead, but few knew what they actually are. We're testing technology that we could use to transform other planets into places where Germans could live in the future. Ugh. Said space engineer Faust when he caught up with him for an interview. Which part's foreshadowing? The Panzerhund? Is the Panzerhund the foreshadowing? I did not want to do that. I wanted C. Here we go. I guess I'm going the right direction. Right. Oh, hey guys. Give me all that. This is a different mission. It says end mission with every... Oh, it didn't say... I'm used to seeing it say end level, but it hasn't said end level yet. I'm pretty sure. Hello? Hello? Aha, I knew there's gonna be something back here. Also, I'm mildly having flashbacks to the Quiet Place video game. Weirdly enough, simply because of the derailed train navigation. Oh no. Okay, so one of those things escaped. I need to go... Oh, I need to go this way. Oh! God damn it, Ramona! You're something new. At least you seem to be. Well, damn. That's okay, though. Let's do this. Here, have rocket. Did I miss? Ooh! Vaporized? Oh, I wish I had the marksman rifle right now. Do I? No, I don't. No, I don't. Damn it. Damn it. Stop shooting me. Give me a moment. I'm trying to take a breather here. Oh my god. God damn it, I can't hit their fucking heads. Out of ammo. You rang? Did I? Oh, I guess you're all right. I guess you are technically correct on that one. Okay. Oh Jesus! There's a turret still there, which is not good because it took 2 shots in the last one. Oh, I only took 1 on that one. Didn't I just see a health pack, though? There it is. No, I do not want to dual wield. You didn't drop any armor, buddy. Come on. That's rude. Okay, so that's where we're heading. Ammo, ammo, ammo. Head gone. Okay, so that's probably the way we need to go. What was it? Good point, good point. If there was mentioned, I'd definitely be more in line with what you said. Oh. Let's not go that way just yet. Oh. Take that. Oh, it seems like that's the only way it wants me to go, so... Oh, well. Oh, hi, a seagull.
There, the London Nautical Railway wagon. Inside, Death's chief research scientist, pal. Well, I'm coming for you. Nazi fucking spaceman.
Oh, of course. Rocket ammo. All right. That's not the right section. There we go. I don't think that's big enough. Or it can just disintegrate the whole thing, sure. Tesla. Okay. Is it ever gonna tell me? Oh, hey, there's marksman rifle. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Something else that I missed? It's not. Oh, oh, hi. You know, I'm fine with that. Armor? Armor? I saw a flicker for the armor icon. Oh well. Ow.
Fucking debris, smoke, Nazis everywhere. Almost got my ass shot this night.
Oh, of course. Okay. God, we are making a lot of noise. Okay, I didn't want to fall down there yet, but looks like that's everything, so kind of gotta. Oh, yay, a 40 health overcharge. That doesn't bode well. Why is this area so fucking open? Okay. It's fine. It's definitely not going to be that Panzerhund. Grenada! Actually, hold on. Go down. Have I still really not got any headshots? Wait, did I? Nope. Still need 3 more. Okay, that's why. Because it's 40. No. Oh! What was that sound? What was that sound? I didn't like that sound. Saying ignore previous, leave nothing alive? That's always been, oh, that's why. Oh, I'm holding the wrong fucking thing. Ow, 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 ow. Shit. Oh, I didn't reload. Moskowitz! Thank you. Jesus. Oh! Oh, they got a rocket guy. I don't think that's reaching all the way over there. Jesus, that was embarrassing. Oh, swap with X. Not X. C. Actually. Ooh, got him. Again, I keep hitting the wrong key at the wrong time. Stop using that. How do I disable dual wield? I hate it. I hate dual wield so much. Go down, damn you. I feel like something's gonna come out of this train. Stand up. Jesus. No, wrong button. Shotgun. No. Oh, I do have some more auto guns. Think I can get a couple more hits. Oh, hello. I don't know if I got him. Shit. Ooh. Ooh. Give me that. Excuse me. Hit this. Okay. It slows you down. On the other hand, double auto shotguns are at close range in a crowd. They don't really group up enough, though, for it. That's fine. Oh, there you are. Oh, my phone just lit up and scared the shit out of me. Luckily, it only lit up to remind me that my sister's birthday is tomorrow.
Enemy checkpoint up ahead. Watch your ass. I'm spotting heavy weaponry on the battlement.
Bitch. Ow. Oh, you were the one that was still shooting at me earlier, weren't you? That thing has no charge. Oh, there's another one. Jesus. Okay. See this? Okay, where did the big guy fall? Is he was further up here? Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, let's do this. Oh, hi, guys! Oh, damn. Oh, shit, that's a rocket, dude. Nope. Vasquez, I would like it if you would swap. Oops. I clicked the wrong thing, but that's fine. Man, just slurp through the ground. Okay. This feels like it's going to be close quarters, so... I was right. I was right. Okay. More armor, please and thank you. Some health anywhere? No? Shit. Well, don't know how I can get in there. I bet you feel really cool about that combat roll right about now. Allison's out of ammo. Oh. Wrong thing. I did not realize I was already out of... That's the nest. Take that. Oh, I have to, of course, I have to keep looking at it. Just this go around? Hell yeah. Max out, max out, max out. Oh. Let's see here. Recharge that just so that I have it maxed out, even though I'm pretty sure this drops me down into the room where I saw there was another one. Damn, it really has high expectations of me using this ammo, so... Afternoon, gentlemen. Come on! Oh, there's the metal guy right there. Gives me 20, so I can technically spend 20. All right, buddy, are you coming in or not? You just... Oh, that's a little bit better here. Okay. Then we'll take that. Then we'll do this. Oh, that's not the right thing. He's not glowing anymore, so... Ow. Okay, where's that other dude? Stupid! Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. The panic, because I hit sprint, I stood up and then just fucking slammed into the wall and fell down. Uh-oh. You don't have a grenade. Motherfucker! Are you serious? Oh, why isn't this charged? Ad break already? Ow, ow, ow. Okay. I wish I had rockets, but I don't. Oh, his helmet's off. There we go. Is there any other? Is there any other now? Are we good? What are you doing? Okay. Nothing. Knives. I don't really need that. Give me all that. Give me that. Ooh. Files. Oh, here, let's... rest of these. Then we'll use this. And then we can... Oh. Damn, there's nothing in these big crates, apparently. Oh. Give me that ammo. Give me that armor. Give me that grenades. Oh, shit. Open says me. The hell? Not close enough. Armor. Okay. Wait, what was that? Okay, that's just the engine, I'm pretty sure. Ah, there it is. Ow, I'm already dying, Jesus. Quick draw. Okay. Welcome back from the ad break. I'm stressing. I'm stressing. Please send help. I need an adult. Oh, there's the health pack right here. Oh no, that's rocket ammo. Reload. All right. Well, let's see if we can go back up because I want to get down to that first level without dying so that I can get that big health pack that's there. Yep. Okay. Oh! Where was it? Ah, there it is. Give me those, give me those. Oh. Ammo somehow, like, in the wall, I guess. You doing great? I'm stressing. Oh! Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, this game, dude! Pouch. Ooh. Ooh. You know, I kind of wanted that health kit. Oh, now you're just gonna why the fuck did I do this, my dude? Why did I have to fight my way across the bridge if you were just gonna get me back on the fucking helicopter?
Kids with more self-esteem than sense. Bona fide crazy, some of them are. I mean, they talk tough, but they can't back it up. That's what I like about you, Blasco. You're the craziest fucker of them all. You can back up every last ounce of it. You were born to kill Nazis, you know that.
I guess?
Back to work. Get out.
Oh, now it's up. Oh! It literally wouldn't let me out once the Panzerhunds showed up. So, that's fucking stupid. They don't want you to basically use the gun. They just want you to jump out. Christ. Oh, thanks, the map. Glad I... Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. It's not cool because it very much screams it was some developer like, guys, we don't want them just gunning down all the enemies here with the turret on the helicopter. We have to force them to get out.
That's what I like about you, Blasco. You're the craziest fucker of them all.
That feels like some developer that's like, you're playing the game wrong.
Born to kill Nazis, you know that.
To say, after I found out that there was apparently a game where people like made a sequel that they actually hated the way that players were doing it. Oh! What the fuck? Oh, that's the rocket, dude. Like the wrong fucking thing! And I'm dead. What the fuck? Oh, hi! Why are you not swapping? That is not what I fucking clicked. I am 100% gonna die to these dudes. You're not a rocket, dude. Why did you just come out of there? Shit. Wrong fucking mode. So both the rocket dudes this time spawned in the back. Go ahead, guys. Take your sweet ass time. Seriously? Oh, what the fuck? Oh. That was really weird. Oh, hey. Cool. Our second health bonus. Let's reload. Oh my god. I don't think he died to that. Okay, I have ammo. Not in the right mode though. That works. For the love of God. All right, where's the Panzerhund that we already know is here somewhere? Oh, God damn it. Well, out of that ammo, I have 1 rocket left. That's probably enough. Please tell me you died to that. Oh, thank God. It's fine. We'll just drop in here. Please give me some armor. Please. Pretty please. No, nothing? We're getting some pretty solemn, I almost said slalom. Solemn music here. Okay. Ow. Hey, buddy. Exit level, thank God.
Got the papers.
Why are you button mashing? Oh, me, because I was tapping? Yeah.
Leaves tonight from the London Nautica. You will need your equipment up there, but you need to check it as luggage. Not allowed in the passenger cabin. You need to keep a low profile. You may need a shave and a haircut. You certainly need some sleep.
He looks like a confused toddler.
You'll need to recover your equipment from the luggage area once you've arrived at the lunar base. Finally, you need to find those nuclear decryption keys.
Okay. Labor camp. What? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, but that's all we're gonna do. That is all we're gonna do today. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Whoops the daisies. Whoops the daisies. Killing Nazis on the moon. Killing Nazis on the moon, you say? Listen, we'll be doing that next week. That'll probably be next Wednesday. But we need to find somebody to raid. I think we're just gonna raid Grins. What is a Mookie doing today? Nothing. Okay. I'm gonna raid Grins. Oh, I put C instead of G. Grins. All right, chat. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be chatting more than likely tomorrow. We may play a game. I don't know. It depends on my mood. But tomorrow for sure is going to be at least another hour, maybe 2 of chatting. We'll see what happens. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. If you want to do a raid message, just do the Brûlé one again. Just do the Brûlé one again. Or you can just come up with your own. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying Wolfenstein with me. And I will catch you tomorrow. Good night.